Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, our whole civilization, all of our people of color will be destroyed. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of through today. This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolaters. Shabbat Shalom, family. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised on this wonderful day. Giving all honor and praise and glory to the King of all creation, our Master, our power, our strength, the only Redeemer and Savior of all Yisrael throughout all eternity. There is none like unto him. None like unto the Most High. All right. So we are for another beautiful Shabbat day today. So grateful to be here today in the land of the living, able to worship, honor, and praise the Most High in our understanding. It's a limited knowledge that we have. Thankful. So let's see who else is thankful to give glory, honor, and praise unto the Most High. Is there anyone else who would like to thank the Most High this time for anything special? Maybe something special happened throughout your week, day, the month, the year. Shabbat Shalom, Chief. Mr. Otter. Shabbat Shalom. Mr. Otter, my man. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be. I'm trying to see who want to thank the Most High. We got like 80 people in the room so far, so we need to, see what's going on, what we trying to do. Is there anyone like to thank the Most High at this time for anything special? Are you ready, Ma? Is that what you said? Oh, I thought you said. Go ahead. Okay.
Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom, Lekulam. All praises, all glory, all honor unto our King, our Master, our Creator. May He be praised, may He be pleased. Save any ways provided. May the Most High be pleased in all that we do, and all that we have done, and all that He already knows we will do. May we continue to call upon His name and His name alone for our guidance, our protection, our love, our peace, our harmony, our growth. May we always give thanks unto Him for all the things that have taken place in our life, no matter how small or how great. His hand has played a part in it. And even the things that we don't feel are good things in our life, we still have to give thanks to the Creator, because everything that we go through grows us and allows us to become better and better. So I want to first and foremost, after giving thanks to the Creator, give thanks to the Creator for my dream, my parents, for the legacy that they have left on record, for myself, my siblings. He said the mic is choppy. Autumn, can you hear? And,
can I hear?
If everybody can hear in the comments, if you could put a 1. If the mic is choppy, if you can hear us clear, put a 1 in the comments. Yes, so giving praises to the Creator for my parents, for the legacy that they have left on record for all who also left, who they worked with, and everything that they thrived to do in this world as they were here to make it better for us as a people, as a family, as a community, as a nation. Giving thanks to the Creator for Maish, for the blessing of him, who he is, that the Most High has chosen to be a great teacher, a great leader amongst his family, amongst the community, a great servant unto the Creator because he serves his people diligently, a great husband and provider, protector, God, one who seeks the Creator first and foremost as he moves forwards in each step that he takes in his life. So grateful to the Creator to be able to witness such and to even to be a part of the plan, the life that the Creator has placed upon him. Grateful to the Creator for all of our children that we have acquired through our marriage, through our union. Grateful for the legacies that we are both leaving for our family and building, not just leaving, but building for our family for the present and for the future. I'm super grateful for just the bonds of sisterhood, the bonds of understanding, the bonds of having elders within us for the wisdom, the guidance, and the protection on that level. Quite a few things have happened this week that I'm super, super grateful for and humbled to have experienced, and just to even have shared it with our family, our Israelite family in different ways. So the first thing I want to, speak on is we did an event Thursday evening called Educate to Liberate. It was a documentary to commemorate the 20th year anniversary of a Black independent school called Quilombo here in Atlanta. And so our school is now in collaboration with Quilombo and TSK. And it was a very phenomenal event. We had a silent students of all of our schools. And it was just beautiful to experience, to behold the love and the unification, the unity that was there. One thing that Maish expressed to me was how we all came, each school represents something different. Our basis, of course, is educating our children, right? Our people. But we all represent a little something different in our spiritual walk. And that did not divide us. That brought us even closer because we understood our mission. And we understood that because you may call on the Creator some way and I may call on the Creator as I know him to be, that does not divide us in the work that the Most High has placed upon us to do, which for me, and coming to the understanding, educating the youth is one of the most important works that a person can do in this walk, because that represents the future. You're building up our people through the knowledge that you are, educating them on, giving them every day. You're feeding them this knowledge. So it's important too that we understand that in feeding them that knowledge, we have to give them the correct knowledge. We have to do our best to give them the history that they need to fortify themselves in this world that we are living in this day. And so it was beautiful to be there to witness even the community, support. They did a what do you call that when they raised the funds? It was a fundraiser, but yeah, the one of the former chairman of the board of Quilombo got up and basically the way that he was able to raise funds in a matter of 25 minutes. Yeah. It was beautiful to see the community support. He raised for the schools, the 3 schools combined, he raised over $20,000 in 25 minutes. Literally just showing the people how important it is to support independent schools schools for our people. And yeah, no, it wasn't an auction. But the auction was, yeah. But no, it was just beautiful to see how people were so willing to give. You know, not even knowing all of us, all the schools, but knew that it was how important it was to make sure that they supported the effort of the schools. And yes, and even bringing up the auction, what was beautiful was we had the students present their art, different ones from every school, and all the students' art was auctioned off except for two. And I was just proud because that was something that we decided at the last minute. And so a lot of students, you know, had to get their art in. We had a student mail his art all the way from Florida. I had to get art from Belize, and it was a beautiful. It was just beautiful to see the people really support the children. And like I said, and we all don't walk the same path. This wasn't a Hebrew Israelite event. This was just a Black community event of people of different walks coming together and supporting one another, despite name, despite quote unquote religion or faith walk. We were just there to support each other because we all, like I said, believed in the education of our youth, of our children. And so I'm excited and still excited to be a part of such a phenomenal collaboration, Educate to Liberate. And the other beautiful part was, you know, all of our families were there to engage and to assist. My sister, my oldest sister, did the welcome for the event, and her welcome was so phenomenal of how, you know, this isn't something new of having education for ourselves, you know, building schools for our people. This has been something that we have done centuries, because when we send our children to be educated by others, they're going to get their history. And in order for our children to carry on our history, we have to educate them. And so that was just really a beautiful experience. A lot of great exposure. And one of the things that came out of it for me, and I expressed with my husband, was that I feel like the Creator has placed me in a very significant space to be able to educate people on who we are as the children of the Creator has chosen, and also educate us, children of the Creator, who don't know the impactfulness of coming together in unification. Because a lot of times I see in our communities, we separate ourselves with the smallest of things, and some things we need to separate from, right? But some of the things that we separate from are very minuscule to the overall plan that the Creator has for us. And so, you know, I look at this opportunity, this job that He has placed me in, and I'm humbled because it's really a pivotal point in our lives to show people that we can work together beyond our differences. Yeah. And then it was great for our students because our school is virtual, right? Our children barely get to actually have physical connection with each other. And so 4 of our students were able to come, parents were able to come, and they were actually able to sit with each other. I had 2 of my 5th grade students, and I'm so proud of them, young ladies sat at our table and greeted people when they came to the table, talking about the school. And then they also met other students from the other 2 schools that we're collabing with, and were able to talk to them about our school, and they talked about their school. So they started to, you know, what do you call, like, kind of like pen pal in person, chit chat, and get to know each other. And that to me is a sign of something even bigger and the beginning of greater things that are happening, you know, within our communities as a whole. And so I was very pleased to see the children there, and even the parents that came out to support, you know, because that's another part of what I've been exposed to in our walk, is that we tend to only want to gravitate to things that are, because then we're feeling like, oh, well, I don't want to go over there because then, somebody may say this about me, or why am I over there? And they don't believe what I believe. And honestly, the most thing that we may not believe in is our creator. But the fundamentals of education, life, unity, those things we find agreements in. We find the same ideologies in a lot of those topics. But because we don't merge ourselves or, come together on certain things, then we won't know, and we stay ignorant to what we think somebody else believes or knows. And the biggest thing is asking the questions. My mom always used to tell me, my mother always said, the most ignorant question is one that's not asked. Because then you go off in your own mind of believing whatever it is you think you know about a person or a situation, or a way of life. Versus if you ask, you may have clarity and understanding, and you even, spark more interest in knowing what that is all about. Versus just seeing, my biggest thing for me is also representing us in a different light. Because what a lot of people see on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, any of these places, or even just walking down the street, like downtown areas, are Hebrews like standing on the corner screaming at them, degrading them, picking on them. And so we truly have to be a light. The Most High said we're a light. And we have to combat negative light, whether we call them our brothers and sisters or not. If it's negative, we have to combat it with positive light. And Keter, it was recorded with the event itself. It is recorded, but I think for internally. But the documentary, we're going to have another event coming up soon in January, so I'll tell you about it. But yeah, so I feel like we truly have to combat the negative imagery that's out there about us with as much positive imagery as possible. And we can't do that by just sitting back, typing on Facebook, battling with people about who we are. We have to be out there. We have to show by example, lead by example. And so I'm glad that, as a community, as a school, we are taking that step to do so. And the other phenomenal thing I feel, it is raining. I feel is so such a blessing. I got really emotional yesterday about it. I was like, "Yeah, you're a woman." I was crying, and because we got our first school building delivered to the land yesterday, and I can't even express in words how great it feels. But I did cry yesterday because it's bigger than me. I look at, it's bigger than us. It's like, wow, like we're really doing this. We're really preparing our future for greatness. And part of my emotional outburst yesterday was even because the way my parents taught me, the thing that they always instilled in us was to have your own school, be self-determined, Ujima, collective work and responsibility, Ujimami is cooperative economics. These 7 principles that we practice every day in my house, right? It's coming to fruition in different ways. And I was telling my husband how grateful I am that he shared his vision, right, with us, and that we as a people, as a community, anything if it was with one person. It's all of us doing this together. And so I'm just grateful, and I'm grateful to be able to experience this in my lifetime. I'm grateful that the Creator has allowed us to see this. I'm grateful that my parents built something in me for the fortitude of this struggle, to continue this struggle no matter what happens. Because the future is, our children are present in the future, and that's what matters most. And so, and I'm just grateful that even though my parents aren't here physically, witness this, that they're here spiritually. I'm grateful that my father actually lived on this land for almost 2 years with us and was able to hear the vision and see some of it come to fruition. And so, yeah, it's, I'm gonna move past that because I'm getting a little emotional about it. But I'm just grateful. I truly am. I'm humbled by this whole process and how the Most High sees fit to award his children, his chosen, when we do unto him righteously, when we carry out the job that he has placed for us to do. And so, yeah, all praises to the Creator. May his light continue to shine on us. I accept the Most High also be with two of my children who are traveling to Africa, and allow them to arrive safely and come home safely. Yeah, it's just so much to be grateful for. Truly am grateful. And I pray that the Most High continues to watch over us.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabah. All right, all right. Ishi, was you ready? Is it your turn, Ishi? Okay. Yeah, do the readings, please.
All right, Shabbat Shalom. I will read the thank yous. So my sister Autumn says, I'd like to thank the Creator for his outstretched arm around my family, loved ones, and friends. Be it sickness or not, I thank him for renewed life every day thus far, for tomorrow's not promised. Torah Abi.
May the Most High be praised.
And Kitir says, Torah to the Most High for life. I'm thankful for his protection and providing for our daily needs.
Most High be praised.
Aim Kitir says, Aim Sakari says, grateful for the Most High has helped me see how far I've come. Still having a long way to go. And Sakuna Kenya says, Shalom Shabbat family. And Yehuda Elohim is known, his name is great in Yisrael. Total Rabbi Most High Sovereign, for preserving our lives and for working all things out for our good. Your name forever praised.
Sister Aisha says Shabbat Shalom. The people could fly. The people could fly says Shabbat Shalom. Imam Sukari, Shabbat Shalom. Aim Keter, Shabbat Shalom. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom. Kenya, Sister Laurel, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Bahira, you didn't tell me that. I tell the family, I said Shalom, please. And if you can extend that extension to the rest of the family so they can come on too. May the Most High be praised. It's wonderful. She got about 6, 7 children, and all of them live this way of life. All that I know of live this way of life. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. All right. Baruch Ha Elohim. I'm thankful to the Creator for sustaining the years, the laws, years down. So be praised. That's Mr. Otter right there, y'all. That's Mr. Otter. Sister Aisha, Shabbat Shalom. Who else we got up in here? If the people could fly. All right, I think that's it, isn't it? I thought I saw somebody else, but I guess I didn't. Maybe I was mistaken. Well, it's got to be somebody else. We got 1,007. Brother Dawid, his family says Shabbat Shalom. Yes. Yeah, Brother Dawid hit me up, let me know. He said, we watching, Prince, we watching. So we got to give him a shout out on this day. And we got the other young brother watching as well. All the way from from Philadelphia. Shabbat Shalom, friends. What wisdom will come forth today? Great wisdom will come forth today. Great wisdom. You watch and you see. Brother Zeke in the house. Shabbat Shalom, Brother Zeke. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. Now, the funny thing about him is that when we met, he always professed to be Muslim. Salam alaikum and everything. He completely. But he has this connection with Israel where every time he sees me, he's shalom, and he's always on the class, watching the classes. He's trying to learn. What it is a lot of times our people are giving a religion, but don't understand their nationality, who they really are as a people. And Brother Zeke is just an example of the average young man walking the streets today. When his mind is fully opened, he'll be able to extend that knowledge, wisdom, and understanding to others to help bring them out of the darkness as well. That's how the Most High works. That's how he works. Like this whole collaboration that we're doing with the 3 school money, feeding the needs of the children. Beautiful thing. With this whole collaboration working together, it gives us the opportunity to teach people about their nationality, irregardless of their religion, whatever they call themselves, whatever power they pray to, they have to be introduced to the Creator. And right now they're being introduced to the Creator through us. And we're grateful. We're grateful. It also shows that Black people of color, can do some positive things to make great changes in the lives of our people. And that's where we at. And I'm so grateful for that. And I just pray that the Most High continue to bless our efforts to represent him, and that we're able to do it with force, power, and truth. Because with those things, we'll all be successful and we had prior to meeting us. I can't tell you about how many people walked around talking shalom, y'all. Shalom. We got, I don't know what Mauli is. I don't know if he's Muslim, Christian, I don't know what he is. But he walks right up to me talking about shalom, Prince, shalom. He's a real attorney. And Mauli, what's his last name? Davis. Mauli Davis. He's an attorney here in Georgia. And he walks up and he donates money to the school. He helps out. He's a Black activist. And he was from Philadelphia. Mauli was from South Philadelphia. He's a good dude, man. He's a good dude. And he got a Speaker of the Award tonight, a affiliation award that night for all that he does for the Black children in different communities. Brother's a good dude. Civil rights attorney. Wow. I know he's a criminal attorney. I didn't know he was civil rights. But he's when you say Mauli, he's a big name. He's a big attorney, and he's about his people. So anything y'all can do to help the brother, give the brother some help. All right? All right. We do got another grateful. You always want me to read. Yeah, I look like a woman. No, you read that. That's a woman. All right, go ahead.
Shabbat Shalom. The people could fly. Said, I'm grateful to be here in the presence of the saints, those that love and serve the Most High. And so thanks to Muslims and Hebrews are first cousins. Very true. Very true.
Absolutely.
I remember when I told my father that I stopped practicing Islam when I was like 17. But when I accepted myself or got to know myself as a Hebrew, I was about 29. I remember speaking to my dad about it, and he was so supportive because he's a Muslim. That's his chosen since he was 25. But what he said to me was, well, Muslims and Hebrews are cousins. And he said, and I know that the Hebrews are the Most High chosen. And so he said, so I wouldn't expect anything less of you. And that was important for me to hear that from my father. But also my parents raised us and told us, if ever in a time in our growth spirituality, if we decide that we don't want to practice Islam, we just let him know. And so I really truly appreciated that with my parents, allowing us to be open to choose our spiritual path. And but yeah, so I do understand. I do know that my father is one of those who believe, as a Muslim, that we, children of the Creator Yisrael, are the chosen seed. So that's thank you for bringing that out again, Sister Aisha. Aim Sukari says exceptional spiritual connection from where we originated. Absolutely.
And
Oh. I'm past.
Okay.
Oh, the law. No, we're not on that part. I'm sorry. You're right. Go ahead. You got it.
Please.
I give it to you.
Oh, so y'all didn't hear nothing we just said, then did y'all? We was just talking. The see, there's no volume. Nobody could hear.
We talking to us.
Yeah. So what we were just explaining about Islam means supposedly, Islam means to submit to the will of the Creator. We don't have no problem with that, because see, you really have to understand the whole history of the Islamic nation. You have to understand it. There's a lot of fault, a lot of errors, and a lot of problems in it that the modern day Muslims don't know anything about. I'll give you one hint, and then we're going to keep it moving because this is not Islamic Day. Most Muslims don't know that the Quran that they read from today wasn't the original Quran. It wasn't even the original language of the original Quran. It's a modern day Arabic that they're reading today. The ancient is called classical Arabic, and very few people today are able to speak classical Arabic. Uthman, the third Khalifa, long time ago, the language that they wrote was what they call today classical Arabic. Uthman, who was the Caliph or the leader of the people, he said the people were dying off and the knowledge needed to be preserved. Although it was against the law for them to write a book, he did it. And he had written the Quran written for the people so that the knowledge wouldn't be lost about the ancient ways. Uthman, the third Caliph of Islam. But when they did it, they wrote it in classical Arabic. These books that they have today are written in Arabic. Classical Arabic has been forgotten, has been lost. Almost nobody speaks classical Arabic today. Almost nobody. So when they read in their Qurans and their Islamic people are doing what they're doing, they're not reading the original Arabic that was written or spoken in Muhammad's time. They're speaking more modern alone, because I'm not here to debate those things with Islamic speaking people. But Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom, my brother. Shabbat Shalom. No. Let's talk about this because she hit something. Somebody said a static. Static where?
When we're talking, I'll ask you this.
Okay.
You can ask.
All right. Sis just put up something right. She said just like the Bible, and she's absolutely right with a little bit of an exception. And here's the exception. The Torah, or the Tanakh. Forget the New Testament. That's a whole different world. We're talking about the Torah Tanakh, was written in ancient Hebrew. Well, we still speak ancient Hebrew. I myself still speak, read, and write ancient Hebrew. I myself can still do that. Class Planet, almost none of them can speak it, or even do they have a version of the original copy of the language to do it, to compare the new Bible, the new Quran to. She says, or somebody says, my family speaks it. I don't know what they speak, but it ain't classical Arabic. More than likely, unless they're scholars on a high scholarly level, then maybe they speak it. But in reality, it doesn't happen on my end, or only when my Isha takes the mic. Is it choppy now? Yeah, but I'm trying to see if it's choppy on your end or just mine. Because every time I notice they only say it's choppy when you would start speaking. But so you may have to do your portion on my computer if that's the case. Is it choppy now? Can somebody let us know? Is it choppy now? All right. So we're gonna move on. So we really don't know. It's a whole lot, all the time choppy. Wow.
Because it's raining.
You think the rain is making it choppy?
That happens to me in school all the time. Whenever it rains, I get real choppy out here.
Okay. All right. And Brother Kazu, Shabbat Shalom. I got you. All right. All right. It's on both. We'll do our best to keep it moving. Maybe it'll go away. Sometimes if with your persistence, the hard times become smooth roads. And the choppiness will just dissipate. And you won't even notice that it's not choppy any longer. Because we can't start it over and start back, and it'll be a whole lot of difficulty. So let's move forward. All right? Let's move forward. All right. So at this time, we're still thanking the Most High. We're still thanking the Most High. Would anyone else like to thank the Most High at this time? Would anybody like to thank the Most High this time for anything? Would anyone else like to thank the Most High for anything special? Now is the time to do so. Oh, I see you typing. Go ahead, keep typing.
Shalom.
See you typing. We got some people typing. They won't thank the Creator.
Shalom.
All right. So what we're going to do now, families, like we've been doing the last couple shops, is that we've been introducing what's going on right now in the world. Condolences, bro. May the Most High be praised. How old was she? All right, Ishi, I'll get you in a minute. How old was she, Brother Asa? My condolences. Wow. Well, I don't know how we can help. We're so far away. If there's anything literally we can do. Do they have all the arrangements for the funeral? Give me a call later on, and we'll talk later on. We'll talk later on, Brother Asa. Please, just give me a call after Shabbat, and then we'll talk. Let's see how we can get in there and try to help out if we can. May the Most High be praised. Okay. Ishi, did you want to thank, acknowledge the Most High and give thanks?
Oh, my sister I've just said that she read.
Can't hear anything.
Hello?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
I'm speaking. Hello? Hello?
Yes, I couldn't hear you at all. Yeah, couldn't hear anything.
But I did read her, thank you. It's up to you.
Maybe she has something she wanted to add to it. I don't know. All right. Sister Kaza, did you want to come on the mic, on the platform and speak, or did you rather have it like that, where people read it? You got a lot of energy today.
Said they can hear her.
Oh, they could? Then why we couldn't hear? Okay, Ishi, they said they can hear you. They said they can hear you. So go ahead and say what you want to say, and then just type in the room when you're finished, so I can take your screen back. That's probably why it's choppy.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I just heard it. Now I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was saying my sister wife said that she actually read it already. I just didn't realize because I was dealing with BK. But I was just going to repeat pretty much what I said with that. I'm thankful that the Creator has is keeping me and has kept in my family and loved ones through health and sickness. I'm thankful for the continued protection and our outstretched arm over all of our lives, and just giving us another opportunity to do what we need to do to get right with Him and get right with each other, build our community each day, for tomorrow is not promised. And I'm thankful for just the opportunity to connect with loved ones before, and anything happens. So I'm thankful just to be here. And Toda Rabah. Please excuse my sniffling.
Right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabah. Listen, everyone, before we move forward, can everybody please like and share, and thank you, Aunt Sukari, Ima Sukari, thank you. She can't.
She can't share or something's going on, so I guess with her phone.
Okay, could everybody share the lesson, please, like and subscribe if you haven't subscribed before. But we do got to get the likes up. I think we got like 14 likes. We got a whole lot more to go. Oh, we only got 3 likes. So come on, y'all. Let's like, share, and subscribe to the page, please, and get the Sister Aisha. Shabbat Shalom, Sister Aisha. You about ready, sis?
Shabbat Shalom, family.
May the Most High be praised. It's always an honor. You got the platform, sis.
I am grateful to have my children, all 5 of my children underneath my household. A little bit about that. For the longest, I've had my 3 children with me. My oldest 2 sons were with their dad. And when they went with their dad, things wasn't the best for them. It was a down trickle. And it affected me as a mother because I've always been their caregiver, and I've kept them safe and kept them on the right path and straight. And so I'm just glad that they all with me now. They was probably without me for like 3 or 4 years, but everybody's back in my household, and we getting back on track now, and the bond is getting stronger. And I know sometimes they say that children should go with their fathers, but it's not one size fit all situations. I tried that because I thought that boys send them with their dad, but I mean, they did learn a lot and get experience. So it wasn't all bad, but I feel like, and it seems like they best underneath my roof. And I'm just grateful that my children, we all back together again.
Oh, may the Most High be praised. That's a blessing. That's truly a blessing. May the Most High be praised. That's a good thing. I'm glad to hear that. All right. Now, why is it that? Okay, here we go. Around because it may be something that sparked your curiosity when my wife started speaking. And if you want to say something, you're welcome to come in and say what you feel you need to say. May the Most High be praised. Baruch, Brother Isaac, sorry for your loss, my brother. Baruch Ha Elohim. All right. If while the rest of you are trying to type and get all your information together to give the Most High acknowledgments, I want to turn the mic over to my Isha, because she what we started doing in the last couple of weeks was we started giving information about real-time events that's going on in our life right now for our people. We try to help our people see the urgency of us beginning to come together, to work together, so we'll have our heads open when calamity strikes already here. The war is already here. So that means we are at war. And don't be asleep on it. So she's going to let you see what's going on right now in our society, the immediate and imminent dangers that are present in your everyday life. You got the floor, Imam.
Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Thanking the Creator for this opportunity to come before you all, with news and just enlightenment of what's going on around us. As I like to say, many people look at the news and feel it doesn't affect them personally. And sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does, sometimes it affects you. It trickles into your life in different ways. So I'm thankful for the segment that my Ish brought forward and asked me to participate in. A disclaimer that he likes to say, I'm not teaching for those men and women who may feel that women aren't allowed to teach or should not have a voice. But there's many ways to disseminate information. Of course, we don't here believe in that separation of teaching. Everybody's a teacher in truth, if we truly look at life and what it is. So as we get started, just from the things that's been popping up in the news, I've chosen to highlight the Black community and what's going on in different parts of the world that is involving the Black community, and which means that it involves us, all people of this color, of skin tone, melanated. And so I wanted to get started with a video. It does have a little, it can be very, let me say, traumatic for women who have given birth. So, that is a disclaimer, to be prepared just to kind of hear a woman's agony of pain and discomfort, not to the degree we're exposing this woman's body parts in any way. So let me find it so I can share it.
Now, what I want y'all to know, one reason why is because this could have been avoided had we been in the community. We had our own midwives and our own doctors within our community. What we're about to see could have been avoided. So just think, man, think to the future. Any of you who want to have children, any of you who are already having children, community living is the best living for us. You ready? Community living is the best living for us in this day and time. Sisters who have a know-how how to deliver babies, how to take care of babies, how to provide for families and teach people how to take care of themselves once they have the baby, to supply emotional support to the child. All these things are important. And all these things is what community living brings. Can't hear anything.
I haven't played yet. I was waiting for you to stop talking. I was just waiting for you. Are you ready? I know. Okay.
Y'all treat all your patients like this or just the doctor? Her due date is 10. She had 3 pregnancies, 2 babies at home.
I bet y'all listen next time. When you found out you was delivering at this hospital, your ass should have changed doctors. Everybody say how they treat people here.
Let's stop sharing. All right, you guys, I wanted to share that piece of media outlet has that sister was actually in the emergency room. She went there because she was in labor, and that nurse basically ignored her cry. What should have happened, of course, we know what should have happened, but thankfully the sister did not pass away, but she did go into labor 12 minutes after that. The baby is fine. But the lack of compassion, the lack of empathy, the lack of safety for the woman and the baby during that moment is very prevalent. We see that the nurse right here is of European or Caucasian descent, and she basically showed no type of what do you call it? Urgency, no urgency at all with those screams of labor pains that the young sister was going through. And then the sadness is you hear someone with her, I don't know if it's her mother or a friend, asking the nurse, is this how you treat all your people, all your patients, or just the Black ones? And the nurse still didn't say anything. And even the mother went further, or the woman went further, saying, this is why you have to be mindful of the hospital you choose to have your babies, or even to get any type of health care. Because she said this statement came up at the end about how our women are 5 times more likely to die or have complications during labor and after labor than our counterpart of Caucasian women. And it's been documented in so many different ways. I'm sorry. It's been documented in so many different ways. So I'm going to read some things about childbirth and how this happens. And even before that, I wanted to, because what that video did, and what I've been seeing in the news, it brought me back to, I remember my son is 23, 24 years ago. I actually was having a miscarriage and didn't even know it. But I know I was having some heavy bleeding, and I called my sister. I called my mother first because she's a midwife, and she told me, well, I'm not sure. She was like, "You pregnant?" I was like, I don't think so. So she told me, well, sit down, put your feet up, and just try to relax, because she didn't know what was happening. So she called my sister to come to the house, and I was like, well, I think I should just go to the emergency room. I get to the emergency room. I'm telling the nurse, what's happening, how, blood is just profusely coming out, and I'm not sure what's wrong with me. She basically was like, okay, you could go ahead and sit in the waiting room. And in that waiting room, I literally had a miscarriage unknowingly. I was in pain, all the things. And I didn't know I had a miscarriage, so they called me back to the room maybe about 30 to 35 minutes later. And now in afterthought, I'm thinking like, wow, like I could have truly been, anything could have happened to me in that process, anything at all. But, by the grace of the Creator, He protected me through that. And now I'm seeing women really going through this. I'm like, oh, wow, this has been happening for a long time. And so it's really important, truly important, that we stand up, because this isn't going to stop. We obviously see it's not going to stop. This just happened with this young lady last week. So we can only imagine to what's happening on a daily basis in these hospitals with our women, with our young sisters, older sisters, however it is, going into these facilities, whether pregnant, whether bleeding, whether in pain, and being dismissed. And a lot of times they dismiss us because they see our strength. We're not like falling apart. We're in pain, but we're holding it together. So they dismiss us for that. And of course, because of our skin color. So I just, and so we can really see what our people are going through. So I just want to read a few things. I'm sorry, guys. All right. So the healthcare disparities in the Black community, what I'm about to read have been researched. It's true from the research, from what they put out. I want to place that there as a disclaimer. This is not my opinion. This is what I found on Google under a viable source. So it says, for maternal mortality, Black women are 3 times more likely, and some people say 5, more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than white women. This is a significant public health issue. That the ways that we can challenge this and help our sisters is becoming midwives, establishing birthing centers within our communities that are led by us, that are Black doctors, and mind you, have doctors who care, who believe in the rights of women. Because just because a person is Black doesn't always mean they're going to care either. We've seen that, you know, in Western hospitals, they can decide. They will decide quickly. Oh, you need a what do you call it? A C-section, because C-sections they get almost 5 times more money than they would get from a natural vaginal birth. Even with my sister's wife, they tried to do a C-section, and because we were like, no, we checked again, and when they checked again, some other nurses came in. They realized that the disparity as a woman, and you're pregnant and you don't have support. That's another part of it. They will go ahead and do whatever they seem or deem to be right at that moment for their purposes of gain. It's most times in those situations, it's sad to say, it's not about your health or even your life. It's about their gain, what they need for their hospital. So one of the remedies, or a couple of remedies, is having, going back to our days of midwives. It tells us how we had midwives, Shipra and Puah. They were midwives who saved our nation. So that's not something that's new, but it's something that we got away from because it's more convenient to go into a hospital, but it's more safe for us to establish institutions like birthing centers that are with midwives who are licensed, who are trained. You can be a nurse practitioner midwife and run your own facility, and all you need is an OBGYN to sign off. And as long as you all work together, and I'm only saying all this because I worked in an OBGYN office for 15 years. I researched the whole process because I actually wanted to become a nurse practitioner midwife at one point. And the whole process is you can have your own office. The only thing is you cannot deliver high-risk pregnancies in OBGYN because that's their specialty. So I'm saying we have to establish these facilities, these institutions for our people, or else we're going to continuously see more and more, and not just continuously see it, but the rate, the statistics of childbirth mortality rates for our people are going to get higher and higher. It's not going to get lower. It's just going to continue to get higher. And this is also a process of how they determine to basically keep mute, keep, silence us, keep us from growing, having babies, or even having more babies. There's so many signs that when a woman is going into despair, there's signs. A lot of times nurses don't listen to you. Nurses don't pay attention to when you say, yeah, your Instagram disconnected. When nurses do not, don't care. You have that a lot of times because some people become nurses for the check. They don't become nurses so that they can help to take care of you. So I think, yes, the society, you could be a midwife. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not hard. I'm not saying it's easy, but just have a passion to be able to be there for that woman during that time. And then also having the mindset to say, okay, you need a little more assistance than I can, because that happens a lot of times too. I'm not here to advocate that midwives are better than OBs. But I think what I am advocating is that we build institutions for us with viable doctors, midwives, nurses, doulas, all the people that can help. And then on the other side of it, if you go into these hospitals, do not go alone. Have an advocate to speak up for you. Write out your birthing plan, because those things they cannot ignore. But when you go alone, that's when they take advantage of you. Or when you have an advocate who does not speak up for you, or who doesn't even speak in a manner that can be heard. Have an advocate that is intelligent. You can't have somebody there that's just there to be trying to fight the people, argue. It needs to be, you need to stand on what it is that you need to be heard and said, and always have somebody there. Whether you're in the hospital for a toothache, a broken thumb, it doesn't matter. I've heard of stories of our people losing their life in the hospital for something simple because they were ignored, because they were given a medication that they did not need, and because they had no one there with them. That is one of the most vital things we don't do in our community, is be there for each other and be there in a way that we can be heard, not just seen, but heard, understood, and listened to. Those are the things that we have to truly think about when we go into these facilities, no matter what it is, even outside of hospitals. So I definitely wanted to, Mr. Clever asked, what's the difference between a midwife and a doula? So that's a great question. A midwife is trained as just like an OB, just like an obstetrician, to deliver babies. She's trained to go throughout your whole pregnancy with you, to measure your belly, to check your uterus, to check your cervix. She can, or give you medications. It's just a midwife is more, I would say, a midwife is more prone to actually listen to you. OB, if she's in a hospital, she has to abide by the hospital rules. OBs are westernized licensed doctors. So they have a degree in westernized medicine, and they take an oath, and they have to stand by that oath. And a midwife, of course, she takes the oath, but it's a little different. And that's why they have midwives at homes. She can deliver in different places that an OB cannot. An OB cannot go to a home and deliver a baby. License-wise, technically, she cannot. She can lose her license because she's not insured. Her insurance does not cover home births or births in a birthing center unless that birthing center has a licensed OB. So all of these are great questions to ask, and to also ask these centers when you go into them. Who's licensed? What do y'all cover? Do y'all have insurance if something happens to my baby? Or if something happens to you during that, birthing? And who's going to take over? You can't be there. Do you have another midwife who is just as capable and experienced and licensed as you? So, these are all very important questions. A doula is a support person. So you can have your family there, but a doula is specifically there for that woman. That woman throughout her whole pregnancy has that person there to cook. She'll cook for you, run errands, clean, be there during pregnancy, during birth, and after. She's there not just and then the doula for after, she's there. She's going to help you, help your husband or the father of the child together, the children that are there, if there are any previously. She's there to make sure that the house is run smoothly and you are getting the rest appropriately that you need. Because what happens too with us as women who are strong, we have a baby and we back up 3 days later thinking we can go up and down the stairs. We could just get in our car and run to the store real quick. All those things are not good. Low tone. Your cervix needs time to repair itself. Your uterus needs time to shrink and go back. And that's naturally, it happens when you rest, when you breastfeed, pump. All those things help you. Drink certain teas, herbal teas. So a doula, that's her job, to be able to go do those things for you. And to just hold your hand and to make sure that your birthing plan is executed as safely as possible. If she sees an emergency, then she can make that call and say, okay, we need to go to the hospital. She's there to be your comfort, and a midwife does these things too, but her focus primarily is delivering that baby. A doula's focus is to be there for the mother during those times. I hope that does help and answer the question. Yep, that's good. That's really good, Chief Malak, to set up and have a doula for the mother, because even the father, he's there, but there's a lot of things the father may not know or how to handle. And that doula she's trained. There is doula training. You get certified to get a certified doula because they're trained on what to do, the questions to ask, the things to demand if you're in a hospital or even if you're in a birthing center at home. There's certain things that need to be spoken about that a mother during that time can't speak about or a family member don't know about. So all these things are very important from the time you think about having children to when you go into birth and even after, of who you're going to have as a doula or a viable person by your side who knows the medical terminology, who knows what to ask for, who knows how to say, no, we don't want that, and stand firm on it. And say, we don't want it because of these reasons, not just to say, oh, I don't want it because I just don't want it. Because a lot of these hospitals will challenge you, and you have the right to stand firm on what you believe and stand on your business 100%, no matter what. Let's see. Having an advocate is so important. So I want to go into more of, I was reading about the healthcare disparities of Black women also with ovarian cancer screening. It's saying that a recent study found that a common ovarian cancer blood test may be less effective for Black and Native American patients, potentially delaying treatment and exacerbating existing health disparities. And that's one thing I learned working at my doctor's office. We learned that there are tests that are given to women across the board, but they only do these experiments prior to saying that this test is viable on European women. They don't do it on our people of melanated lineage. They don't do it on us. So we're being tested based on the genes of someone else, the DNA of someone else. And so a lot of times the tests that we're given will not discover certain things in us because they did not experiment to test for that. So that's where we also have to be advocates for ourselves and saying, hey, if I'm what is the rate of discovering what it may be for my color, my skin color, my people? These are very important questions to ask. We do not ask. We just go in there, give them our arm, take the blood, walk away. They say, oh, everything is great. You're negative for everything. You're negative for everything. There's no findings of anything. And we're going on our business until 6 months later, we have a tumor or a lump, and we're wondering why it wasn't discovered. A lot of times it's not discovered because we're not getting the appropriate tests. We're not asking the correct answers. And I'm saying we for both, because making sure that we are getting the right things from the system if we're going to go into these systematic institutions. If we're going to go into these, we have to know what they're doing to systemically keep us from having the best results, from getting the best tests, from getting the best treatments. We have to go in there knowing that it's a battle for us. It's a war, and we have to go in there ready, armored, whether it be you asking the questions or someone with you, and do the research prior to going into these places. I was just telling my niece, because they said she has a fibroid. I said, well, what size is the fibroid? What did they say caused it? Like, all of these questions I have, because they're telling you have a fibroid, but what was it? Why did it appear? And she said, well, they gave me some pills. I said, well, what pills did they give you? She said, well, I don't know. I'm not going to take them. I said, but still research what they gave you, why they gave it to you. Not telling her to take it, but I'm a person who, if they give you something, look into it and see why they gave it to you, because that could also be how you can stand on and say, hey, they didn't give me the right medication. I took this medication and my fibroid grew, or now I have cancer. So all of these things are really good to identify. And I'm glad my niece came and asked me those questions, and she trusts me enough to have answers for her. But I gave her questions to go ask. And I told her certain things she can do holistically to diminish those things, because, we are prone, us women, Black women specifically, with fibroids. And fibroids can grow big as watermelons in our stomachs. And we're walking around looking 9 months pregnant, not knowing why. And it's these things that are in our system. So, I just want us to be aware. There was more to talk about, but I'm going to save it for next time, because I think we stayed on this topic for a minute. I definitely appreciate everybody's questions. And of course, if there's something in the news that's affecting us, it's not affecting us, then let's, communicate. You can text me anything that you may want me to bring about, and we can definitely talk about it. If anybody wanted to say anything so we can, discuss a little more, we can, before we move on to the laws. I know I did see comments. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't know. My screen is frozen or something. Do you see the comments?
Once again, thank you for that information. It's very important. Very important. And these are things that we must know. Now, a lot of our problems in this area will be resolved if we did communal living. We got to get out of these cities and move into a community. Sister Aisha, if you're really serious about becoming a midwife, if you're really serious about it and you're willing to enter into a program, let us know, because we can help to support that transition so you can get that knowledge. And every time we have a child, we got a midwife right on hand that we can call to do this process. So if you're really serious about it, let us know. And if you enter into a system where you begin that process of learning, let us know as well, so we can support, give you what you need to make sure you can get through that process, so that we will have another midwife in the community. So when something happens, we can say, hey, your sister pregnant, right? We can come on down, we put you up while she's here, and you do what you got to do. So we don't want to just wait till you do it and then say, all right, well, we want to work with you. No, we want to help you get through the process. So we will already have a leg in, we will already be a part of it, and we don't want to be making it like we're using you for nothing. So may the Most High be praised. But we're very serious about that. We're very, 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 very serious about community building. Extremely serious. So serious, we're willing to invest our case staff at the grassroots of it to make it happen. May the Most High be praised. Torah Rabbah. Indeed. And Imam Sukari says, indeed, my mother was a nurse and stayed with me for my delivery. And when she checked the head nurse and was banished from the ward, wow, Needless to say, I did have attendance far too long. Well, I can't see because somebody just knocked it out the way. Needless to say, I did have attendance far too long. Grateful we made it.
And she was trying to say I didn't have it.
I did, well, I didn't have attendance until my doctor arrived. May the Most High be praised. Glad to see you made it through. Glad to see everything is all right. She said, I could agree with that. Okay. That's right. She says, Sister Aisha says, once I was pregnant in Georgia and I left the state out of fear for my pregnancy, I ended up miscarrying in the privacy of my home, but I was safe and comfortable. May the Most High be praised. To the Rabbah. And this is a very important subject because a lot of our sisters are passing away by not knowing what to do. We don't trust the hospitals. We don't have any family members that we can call for support or help. So the next thing we can turn to is community. But if you're not involved in the community, then who are you going to turn to then? Because it's going to be foreign for you to go to a community that you're not affiliated with. You don't know nobody. You're going to feel a little bit uncomfortable. So that's why we need to start all these things before we get put in those situations. You know, fellowshipping with each other, talking to each other, being around each other, learning each other. And then when something happens, you're already familiar with the individual, so you won't have a problem relying on them and them helping to take care of you and supporting you. Community living is extremely important, but so many of us can't break out of these cities. So many of us, we can't get away from these cities. These cities are holding us hostage. We got to get past that. All right. Did anyone else want to thank the Most High this time? I don't think so, because we had a whole lot of time to do so. Can you pull up Sister Laurel's law? Because we're going to go to that next. Brother, did you want to thank the Most High for anything special? Any of your sons? No? No? Okay. Shabbat Shalom, Prime Minister. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. All right. So at this time, family, we're going to go to the commandments, the commandment portion of our day. So let's see. This is the first commandment we have. Yeah, that's you. It's your thing. You keep passing that ball. Give a little job in the beginning of the class. Now she want to change up the whole program.
Hey, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Queen Kim Yah's law can be found in the book of Vayikra, Leviticus chapter 20, verses 15 through 16. And it reads, and if a man lie with a beast, he shall surely be put to death, and ye shall slay the beast. Verse 16, and if a woman approach unto any beast and lie down thereto, thou shalt kill the woman and the beast. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them. And her explanation is, the Most High called forth a set apart people unto himself that weren't to practice the idolatry. The idolatrous acts of the nations around them. This passage details death penalty the Most High gave for these demonic, disgraceful acts. Bestiality, homosexuality, incest, and adultery. Seriously detested stuff.
Any more commandments?
I don't see any.
Did you have one that you wanted to do?
I'm
Does anyone have any commandments? Most High? Anyone want to thank? Anyone want to give a commandment to the Creator? All right.
I'm doing,
You got
I
one?
have mine.
You know, we do this every week. We only do this every week.
All right,
Drive.
okay,
Says Deuteronomy 7:6.
okay, 1 second. Deuteronomy 7 and 6. Sister Aisha's law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 6. And it reads, "For thou art an holy people unto the Creator thy power. The Most High thy power have chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, and above all people that are upon the face of the earth."
Did she give an explanation?
No, I don't see one.
Not backwards. That's an explanation, not backwards.
Okay.
All right. And we'll have you praise.
Huh? No, I'm reading mine. All right. My commandment can also be found in Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 14, verse 4 through 7 through 6. And it reads, "These are the beasts which ye shall eat: the ox, the sheep, and the goat, the hart and the roebuck, and the fallow deer, and the wild goat, and the pingard, and the wild ox, and the shamos or camos, and every beast that parteth the hoof and cleaveth the cleft into two claws, and cheweth the cud among the beasts that ye shall eat." And yeah, I think it's very self-explanatory, that law, because but I'm saying, I'm bringing out either way. I think it's self-explanatory, but a lot of people do not know what a cloven hoof or a parted hoof looks like. And so I think that's something that needs to be researched in order to abide by this law. You know, we don't know what it looks like, so then people just say, "Oh yeah, they chew the cud, so they must be clean." But the Most High said it has to have a multitude of things in order to be clean for us to eat. And even if they have the parted hoof, but they don't chew the cud, we got to look at both things. So we know that that's why certain things are not to be eaten at all, because they do either one or the other, or most times it's one or the other. Like a camel chews the cud, but it has a cloven hoof. And I think that was pretty much it to that law. So, camels, huh?
They don't, so you meant they don't choose.
He said he don't have cloven hoofs. They do.
Oh, they do have, okay, I don't know, okay, my bad. I thought I switched it around. Yeah, you're right. And I thought about that when I said it, but yeah. So if they, I switched it around. My apologies, everybody. But those are the things we have to look at, pay attention to, of what an animal does and how we're supposed to eat it. Ornette says she just found out that giraffes are kosher. I heard about that too, yeah.
Giraffe taste like?
Yeah, I don't wonder, one of our students is here, he said he wondered what's a giraffe taste like. That's something. So we just, need to identify what those mean, and how those look, so that we could be eating appropriately according to how the Most High says we can eat. Let's see, I think Sister Aisha said her explanation is Deuteronomy 28:1. Okay, let's go there. So Sister Aisha's law was in Deuteronomy 7:6, and her explanation, she said, is 28:1. "And it shall come to pass, if thou shalt hearken diligently unto the voice of the Creator thy power, to observe and to do all his commandments, which I commanded thee this day, that the Most High thy power will set thee on high above all nations of the earth." All right. Say who?
Man, most high be praised. You got any more? Okay. Oh, brother Antoine got one. You got to come up to the mic.
Okay.
I'll stand down.
Okay, go
You
ahead.
want me to do it?
No, I got it. Go ahead.
They turn on anything else.
Mhm.
All set.
Genesis 9, verse 6. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. Of Elohim made he man, and you be fruitful and multiply, bringing forth abundantly in the earth and multiplying therein. That was 7, 9, 6, 7.
Go back. Give the explanation of the commandment.
That's what
Explain what it means.
if you kill, then you shall be killed in the same manner that you killed in.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Children want to give a commandment? Okay, very well. Aunt Katia posted her commandment.
Okay, I'm going to it. All right, Ankiter's law can be found in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 10, verse 16 and 17. And it reads, circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart and be no more stiff-necked. For the Most High your power is a power of gods and lords of lords, a great power, a mighty and terrible, which regardeth not persons nor taketh reward. And her explanation is, as painful as it may be to sever our relationship with our fleshy nature and stubborn desires, when we choose to submit to the Most High's power through our obedience, he fulfills his promises to our forefathers through us and give us unfathomable peace regardless of our circumstances.
May the Most High be praised. Go to Rabbi.
All right. My sister wife Autumn, her law can also be found in the book of Deuteronomy. I think that's the book today. Devarim, chapter 14, verses 9 through 10. And it reads, these you shall eat of all that are in the waters, all that have fins and scales that shall you eat. And whatsoever hath not fins and scales you may not eat, is unclean unto you. And our explanation is, there are so many things in the waters, things that we have yet to discover. Just because of something that's newly discovered or may not be, does not mean it's clean to eat for us. Let those other nations eat the unclean things if they desire.
May the Most High be praised. Very good commandment. How about chicken, turkey, and things of that nature?
Chicken's good, turkey not so much.
Chicken ain't no good either. But yeah, well, keep on eating it. Read the news. You'll see.
Autumn also wanted us to read not a law, but wise words based on the previous discussion. Ecclesiasticus 37 and 12. But be continually with a godly man, whom thou knowest to keep the commandments of the Creator, whose mind is according to the mind, and will sorrow with thee if thou shalt miscarry.
All right, wise words.
Okay. And Zuccari law can also be found in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 14, verse 11. Of these clean birds ye shall eat, but these are they. Oh, that's it. Of these clean birds we shall eat. So let me read the birds.
Yeah, Deuteronomy, you're listening, right? Deuteronomy 14:11.
And so I'll go because, yeah. And then it says, but these are they of which ye shall not eat: the eagle and the ostrich and the osprey. Remember you asked us if we know what osprey is the other day? And the glebe and the kite and the vulture after his kind.
You know what?
And the vulture after his
You
kind.
can't eat, right?
Right.
Vulture.
And every raven after his kind. And the owl and the nighthawk and the cuckoo and the hawk after his kind. The little owl and the great owl and the swan and the pelican and the gill eagle and the cormorant and the stork and the heron after her kind, and the lapwing, and the bat, and every creeping thing that flieth is unclean unto you, they shall not be eaten. But all the clean fowls ye may eat. You shall, okay. I was looking for the,
It says, that's an explanation.
okay,
Of all clean birds, we shall eat.
okay.
We can eat clean birds. Chicken is not a clean bird. Chicken is in the vulture family. Just keep eating it. Don't pay Prince no mind. Let Prince keep it on. Keep on going on. Keep eating your chicken. And keep teaching your children to eat chicken.
Are you,
Okay? There you go. Eat chicken.
Sister, or
Let them keep eating.
Sister Collins said, what is a clean bird? You want to come on, babe?
Like,
You can come on. I'll,
Shabbat Shalom, Sister Kaza, Sister Aisha. She said, what is a clean bird? Now, no, I got to be completely honest with you so that you understand. These words in the Hebrew for these particular types of birds, nobody knows what those birds are. They don't know. All they know is that this author translated it to be this type of bird, but they really don't know the names of those ancient birds from back then. They don't have any understanding of it. So today they put it in the record for us to copy and to follow by, and people say, well, they don't say that there. Sure, it doesn't. But what they try to use as a terminology for unclean birds are birds of prey. That's what they try to use. Therefore, they will say that we can't eat this certain bird because he hunts, he's a predator, and he kills animals. That's why they try to say that we can't eat these certain types of birds. But the Most High never gave a regulation on certain characteristics or traits for the birds. It's just a bunch of names for birds that we really don't understand what those names are. So therefore, if you look at the predatory trait of birds, then you would have to concede that chickens are predators. Chickens will hunt little things smaller than it, kill it, and eat it. That's beyond a doubt. Now, what was the next question?
next question is the cow okay?
The cow is not okay either. Ooh, what do you mean, Prince? Well, I can't eat nothing today. Most of the foods that they sell us and they call meat is poisonous. They're carcinogens. They're not good. That's the reason why they're carcinogens. They cause cancer because they wasn't meant to be eaten. The original cow from back in the day, in our scripture days, is not the cow that you see today. It was a different cow. It's the old ancient cow was, I believe, was called an Aurora, somewhere in that area. Aurora, somewhere ARORIUM or something like that, was the original cow from over 1,000 years ago. Today's cow is an offshoot of a mixed breeding of different animals to bring about a cow. And if you don't understand what I'm saying, go do the research, look it up, and check on the cow. Now, can I say that a cow is unclean for you to eat? Well, I honestly can't say that it's unclean scripturally because it does have split hoofs and it does chew up the cud. A cow does. But if you want to know what the cow was, it's not what the cow is today. It's a different animal. The original cow.
It said it came from a cross between two animals called the Bos taurus or Bos indicus.
Bos taurus and a Bos indica.
Bos taurus or Bos indicus are a cross of the two. They're a cross of those two.
Yeah, but what's the other animal that with the big hump on his back that the cow came from? An Aurora or something like that.
Oh, they're called aurochs.
Okay,
No.
aurochs. Okay, yeah.
But yeah, it says cattle were first domesticated from wild aurochs.
Wild
Most
aurochs.
for making this approximately 10,500 years ago.
Okay, there you go. So now what you should take into mind is that as you look in the news today, most of our people, Black people, people of color, are dying of a lot of diseases, heart diseases, kidney failures. A lot of these things are coming from the meats that we're eating, that we're consuming. And what we do is we plentifully consume them. Like pork, for example, is another meat that Black people love to consume. And the pork has what they call a trichinaea worm in it. And a trichinaea worm cannot even be killed with fire with the heat that it takes to cook the meat. So therefore, you're not cooking the trichinaea worm out of the meat. You're eating the meat and you're digesting it and put it in your body. Same thing with salmon fish. It has worms in it that when you cook the fish, it's not killing the worms, the parasites. And the parasites are getting into your bloodstream, into your body, and finding resting places in your brain and in your heart, in your kidneys and in your livers, and it's killing you. All because you have to eat meat. You know, it's certain precautions you should take. And one of those precautions should be you should find the foods that are infested with parasites and try to avoid them the best you can. You had a question, Aiden?
I was going to say that I'm not sure they're eating snake.
What?
I'm not sure they're eating snake.
Who's eating?
Show we saw. A show.
Oh, a show you saw?
Yeah, no, it was they actually ate snake.
It's what?
They actually ate snake.
They ate snake?
Yeah.
Wow. People will eat a lot of things, man.
They just cooked it on the fire and ate it.
Yeah, some people do it.
Does after its kind mean from the same family? Yes. After its kind mean of the same family, crossbreed, interbreed, intermingled. It means that the grandfather or whatever it is that you eat in a day, if it comes from that grandfather, it's unclean. And that's what chicken is. Chicken is an offshoot of the vulture family. They mixed the vulture family with the jungle fowl, and this is how they crossbreed and came up with the chicken. And not even the modern day chicken. This is the older chicken. And then the modern day chicken in the 1940s, they crossbreed two different species of birds to come up with the chicken that you're eating today. So you got to realize, I mean, this is a lot of research, but I'm going to tell you something. And share this with you. They're going to hide a lot of this information from you. You know why they're going to hide it from you? Because the chicken industry is over $7 billion a year. They don't want to destroy their money. The flow of their money, they're going to hide a lot of this research and a lot of this information because they don't want it getting out. They don't want you to know this. But I tell you something they can't hide. They can't hide the results of all of our people dying from contaminated chicken today. The effects of what eating chicken does to your body is dangerous. And y'all should look it up sometime in your spare time. Look at what the dangers of eating chicken is for Black people. And that should help you to understand why Prince is so against the consumption of unclean meat, such as chicken. Yes.
Like, a lot of stores, they don't care about what they do to us. Like, they just want money. But if they kill all of us, they won't get no more money because we're all dead.
There you go. Absolutely. Thyroid problems with women, estrogen issues with women, all that, a lot of that, most of that comes from eating the consumption of chicken. Chicken brings about a greater cause of estrogen within the female body. And if the body has but so much estrogen, it doesn't know what to do with it. So it turns it into disease. And it rests in pockets in your body, and you get things like breast cancer. You know, you get all different types of forms of cancer from too much estrogen from the wrong types of foods. This is dangerous, but people don't listen. You get inspired people like Prince Israel, and he try to tell you certain things that you should and should not do, and you ignore it because your taste buds say, well, I like it and I want to eat it. And then when your butt end up on the hospital bed 10, 20 years later, you realizing, what Prince said, when the doctors, the European man, tell you that this is where it came from, you realize that what Prince told you 10, 20 years ago could have been avoided. You know how many people I lost in my life that didn't listen and died from the same things that I warned them about? The foods that we eat is killing us, and we have to be mindful of the foods that we eat. You know, you talk about aneurysms in the brain, right? I had a lot of people that I knew had aneurysms in the brain, and some people I knew even died from aneurysms in the brain. Guess what? It could have been avoided if they changed their diets. It could have been avoided. High blood pressure, heart attacks, kidney failure, lung failure, all those different damages that readily destroys us as a people. If we simply change our diets, it could prolong our lives by 15, 20 years. But, you know, we got issues. We love to give in to our desires and our pleasures over our needs and our necessities. Look at it. Look what she wrote. Your fast sharpens you. This last one, told our princess. This message for Prince, however, I'm grateful for Princess. May the Most High be praised. What my brother or my sister, she absolutely right. Is it better not to eat meat or fish? Absolutely. It is better not to eat meat nor fish. Absolutely. The only time that I would even suggest, faintly or remotely suggest, that you eat meat is if you raise the animals yourself. That's the only time that I would suggest that you may be able to get away with eating meat. If you raise the animals yourself. Other than that, I would say run. You can't buy it out the supermarket because it violates the law. And a lot of us do that. We buy meat out of the supermarket. That meat been on that shelf for 2 or 3 days, 4, 5, 6, and 7 days. And then they didn't sell it, so they'll go and rinse it off and recolor dye it and put it back, repackage it, and put it back on the shelf again. Shoot it up with all kind of chemicals just to get you to buy it. Stay away from the poison. Stay away from the poison. It's best that you stay away from that meat. And that's my suggestion. Yes.
I was going to say that when they're like at stores, they will have a lot of stuff with like a lot of poison stuff in it. Like almost like everything in the store.
That's right. And you got to know what's poison and what's not. The majority of the stuff, as the young brother is saying, the majority of the foods in the supermarkets are poison. If it's processed, it got a lot of things in it that's hurting you and harming you, because what they do is they put preservatives in the food to give it a longer shelf life. And if you take those preservatives and put them in your body, what do you think is happening to you? Those preservatives are being transferred to your body. They're still inside your body, preventing your body from going through its natural cycle. Charger? All right, it's a lot, family. It's a whole lot for us to learn, to wake up to, and to deal with the realities of this truth, because it's dangerous. He said, you got a whole lot to say. You're absolutely right. And you're doing a good job at it. It's so much going on. But so many people don't want to hear, don't want to learn, don't want to listen. They want to do what they want to do. That's okay. If that's what you want to do, you go ahead on and do it. And I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to fight with you. And if you tell me I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I'm with it. All right? May the Most High be praised. But that's why a lot of people don't want to come to this channel, because there's always something in opposition of what you want to teach. You know, where Prince teaches. Hey, you got the key? Yes. All right. But you got another question?
Yeah.
All right.
I was going to say that a lot of people at churches and stuff, even though they read the Bible, they will still eat like pork and stuff that we shouldn't be eating, and they'll still celebrate like Christmas and Halloween.
That's right. They do. And I'm glad that you know that, not to do those things. May the Most High be praised. All right, family. Do we have any other commandments? Anyone else want to give any other commandments? Anyone want to give any other commandments? No other commandments? Okay. All right. If there's no more commandments, brother, did you want to give a commandment? Oh, you gave your commandment, right? All right. So if there's no more commandments, what we're going to do is that time, family, we're going to get into the lesson. May the Most High be praised. All right. Boy, this is the time you all been waiting for. I know. This is the time we all been waiting for. Let's get it all set up so we can do our thing, so we can get busy. Yep. There we go. All right. So our lesson today begins in the book of 2 Kings. 2 Kings chapter 18. 2 Kings chapter 18. Anybody remember the class from last week? Do you remember how the class went last week? Some of the things we talked about last week in class? Do you remember the part where the Israelite nations was conquered by Tiglath-Pileser? You remember who Tiglath-Pileser is? Tiglath-Pileser was the man who conquered the children of Israel, the Israelite nation, last week in class. Y'all remember Tiglath-Pileser? Okay, Tiglath-Pileser was the Assyrian king who conquered. Well, today we're going to read about some of his children and some of his descendants. Tiglath-Pileser had several children, and he even had a grandchild that took place after him. Okay, Shalmaneser, Sennacherib. We're going to read about these men. These were some powerful men. They were powerful Assyrians, and they're going to come up in the history today in the portions of our lesson. Okay, just so that you understand. But I need to know if there are any questions before we get started. Did you like, share, and subscribe to the page? Did you ring the bell so that you get notified every time the class go live? Did you like the page? Did you like the lesson? So we can get that algorithm flowing. Did you share? Anyone? Did you share? You know, we would like for you to share on your social media outlets. Share, family, please share. It's good. You might help somebody who don't know that they need the help just by sharing. All right, so we're going to start at 2 Kings chapter 17, verse 41. That's the last of chapter 17. 2 Kings chapter 17, verse 41. Can you turn that heater off back there, please? I think it's on a remote. All right, and if there's... All right. Very good. You know what? I forgot something. Quail is acceptable. You don't have to eat chicken. You can eat quail. From what I understand, quail was a bird that the Most High gave to the children of Israel. So if the Most High gave them to the children of Israel, then it should be no problem why quail is not acceptable. All right? So let's move on. 2 Kings chapter 14, verse 41. That's it. That's how you do it. Imasukari, be vegan, learning to keep strong. May the Most High be praised. And I'm not just promoting veganism because I'm vegan. I'm promoting veganism because it's a better, healthier lifestyle. Now, one of the problems, before I continue, one of the problems with a lot of vegans or people who don't eat meat, they think that eating meat substitutes is going to suffice for them not eating meat. And what I mean is meat substitutes, I mean a lot of processed foods. If you're going to be vegan, you got to eat a lot of fruit and vegetables. You have to eat a lot of fruit and vegetables. You have to eat a lot of those things because that's what's going to sustain your body and your health and give you the proper nutrients so that you can be alive. Because I want you to know something, family. You can eat certain foods and be full and still die of starvation. Do you understand that? Your stomach can be full and you can still die of starvation. The reason why you're dying of starvation is because your body is not receiving the proper nutrients that it needs to replenish itself, to rebuild itself, and to fight immunity, to build up immunity. So therefore, if the foods that you're eating is all processed foods, that means you're eating dead food and it's not alive. If it's cooked, it's dead. And if you're putting a whole lot of dead food in you, then what do you expect? What the results you expect except dead results? How you're going to live eating dead things all the time? Yes, quail eggs are tiny. All right, so let's get moving. And I know y'all don't want to listen to me, but when I tell you I'm 39 3/4 years old, you wouldn't do it. I wasn't. Was you? 39 3/4. Yeah. So let's get moving. 2 Kings chapter 17, verse 41. Oh, we got a dynamic class ready for you today. On what do you rest this truth of yours? That's the name of the class today. What does that mean? On what do you rest this truth of yours? We all go through life having an ideal or conception of the Most High. We go through many houses, many of us. We go through many houses to only end up at a certain place where we are in our understanding of the Creator. To only end up into a certain place where we are with the Most High and with our understanding of how we're going to live and who we should serve. One of the things that I hope to bring out today is how so many people in the world today they are embracing a religion because it was taught to them from either their parents or the people in their neighborhoods or the society that they grew up in. Most religious people today, they practice what they practice, they live the way that they live, usually because it was given to them by their parents, or it was something that they embraced from the people around them in their society where they grew up. There are very few people, very few, who have actually studied and researched and then came up with a conclusion, this is how I want to serve the Creator. Very few. And even more few Israelites who have done so. Most of our people learned at the hands of our oppressors how to worship the Creator. And Prince is here today to share with you an opportunity, a wonderful opportunity to give the oppressors back what they have given you and learn to worship the Most High because the Most High has a relationship with you, not because of what you have been taught over the years. So many of our people grow up in the churches. So many people of color grow up in the churches practicing Christianity from their youth and Christianity being indoctrinated into them. So much that when they become in their young adult, in adult life or their older adult life, and the Most High reaches out to them, and the Most High says, I am here, and you've been doing this wrong for so long. Come, serve me. And the Most High bless them and give them some knowledge of him. They leave the church, but bring the church deity with them. Now, the educated Hebrew Israelite, what they do is they'll change the name of the deity, they'll change the color of the deity, but they'll bring him in their service to the Most High. And in reality, all there are Christians. I know a lot of you ready to run, a lot of you ready to hang up right now. But if you do, you will miss the message. There's a lot of things that you will hear that will make you uncomfortable when you sit in my presence. And the reason being is because I'm going to give it to you whether you like it or not. But when I give it to you, I'm going to present to you the facts. And if there's anything that I say to you that is not true and accurate, you have the opportunity, you can be on this platform and you can address whatever it is that I say that you feel is incorrect. All I ask you to do is remove yourself from your emotions, because your emotions is what got you in the situation that you're in today. Emotionally, Christianity was beating us. Jesus was beating us as a way of worship. And a lot of us grew up Islamic because our families grew us up that way. Some of us, we was in jail and we learned, again, our society. We learned Islam was the way. Therefore, we came out, we practiced Islam, and we haven't put it down to this day. 30, 40 years for a lot of us. And we still practicing the religion of our oppressors. Do you know in Islam today, in Islamic countries, they have a certain word for the black man over in Islamic countries that they live by today, that they're still racist in the Islamic countries. Black people can only live in certain areas in Islamic countries. You can't be a Muslim and a black American Muslim and be accepted as a servant of their deity in equality with them, because they know you are not them. They know that the power they serve is not who you are claiming to serve. It's a difference. Return back to your maker, Israel. So all those things that we do, we need to really deal with the true facts of it. Remove your emotions from the equation and just deal with the facts. Nobody can save you but the Most High. None. Not Prince, not another man, not no man that died 2,000 years ago. Nobody can save you but the Most High. And if the deity you serve has bled, if the deity you serve has died, then he is exactly that, a deity, and he's not worthy of praise. For the Creator cannot die. The Creator will never bleed. And that's the distinction. We have to learn how to leave religion alone when we mention the word in the name of the Most High. We have been taught, we have been indoctrinated to relate religion with the Creator. The Creator has nothing to do with religion. Man has invented religion. The Creator has nothing to do with that. Where in the whole Tanakh did the Most High tell anybody in the Tanakh to be religious? He didn't. All he said, I want you to do is obey me and serve me. And then he gave us commandments how to treat each other. He said, these are the things that I require of you. And if you can do that, then I'll give you this. But we know how Israel is. Israel couldn't do those things. Therefore, we suffered. So let's share this page, family, because we're going to get into some dynamic lessons today. Some powerful things are going to be broken down. Even if you live by the New Testament, you decide to walk by the New Testament, that's okay, because your soul is going to get fed today as well. You're going to get some dynamic lessons coming across this platform, and probably from the same chapters and verses that you read, you just didn't read it with me. So if you have anything you want to share, share it. As we're reading, if there's anything you want to type, feel free and type it in the room. There's nothing to stop you from doing what you feel you need to do. All right. So these nations So these nations feared the Most High and also served their carved images. Now it starts off talking about the children of Israel. But this is talking about the nations that we just had to teach them how the lions, how to when Sennacherib, when Tiglath-Pileser went in and he took possession of ancient Israel, he conquered them in warfare. What he did was he took the children of Israel and the 10 tribes, he picked them up and put them in a different land. He didn't conquer all of the 10 tribes. Samaria was still standing at that time, I believe. So another one came in and took Samaria. Or did I just read that part? And what happened was Tiglath-Pileser came in, took the children and moved them and put them, yeah, here it is. That's Samaria. Assyria resettled Samaria. So it is Samaria at this time that's being moved. They were conquered. And when they were conquered, they was uprooted. The majority of the people was uprooted and put in a different land. And then foreigners came and lived in the land of Samaria. And when the foreigners came and lived in the land of Samaria, they didn't know anything about the Creator. They worshiped their deities. There were still Israelites who was worshiping the Most High who lived in Samaria. So the land was being pleased to a degree. But the majority of the people of Israel was practicing idolatry. The majority was. But the Most High wouldn't destroy the majority because of the minority. The minority of the people was worshiping him and him alone. So now we had a split nation and they was worshiping both the Most High and idols. Sound familiar, family? So these nations feared the Creator and also served their carved images, just like we do today. We want to say we worship the Most High. We want to say we keep the laws of the Most High. But when the Most High says that thou shalt have no other power before me, then we get a little flaky. And we want to put another power on the level of the Most High, even to the point where we say, and I've heard one brother say it emphatically in my ear, that power who died on a tree, on a stick, on a cross, was the Most High. So therefore, he had no problem worshiping him as the Most High. I said, brother, what proof do you have, or what even do you use in scriptures to support your theory that JC was a creator? He pulls out a scripture in Isaiah 45 where the Most High says, look unto me and be ye saved, where I am your Savior. Thus saith the Most High, I am your Savior. And he says, see, the Most High said he is the Savior. So therefore, JC and the Most High is one. I said, bro, you in trouble, man. You in trouble. And he is. But that's okay. I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to judge. That's not what I'm doing. It's okay. He can live the way he lived. It's all right. I have no issues with him. He's still my brother. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But when I have the opportunity to sit down and talk with him, I'll explain to him. But he doesn't have to accept what it is that I explain to him. There are a lot of our people who hold on to JC and don't understand why. And I'm going to tell you why. Because it's an emotional thing for a lot of us. It's a very emotional thing. And religion has put it in us emotionally, so we refuse to let it go. Our ancestors, now I want y'all to think about this. Our ancestors back in the time of Samaria, when the kingdom was split, Judah on one side, the southern kingdom, Israel on the other side, the northern kingdom. Our ancestors, as you go through the history of our ancestors, from Jeroboam all the way to Jehu, they all practice idolatry. So therefore, the majority of the people practice idolatry. Now, that's a lot of years. All of the people was being initiated, or how can I say indoctrinated, into the practice of these deities, but yet they knew of the Most High. It's very difficult for people to change what they've heard and learned for so long, all because you showed them something different. Sometimes it's very difficult for them to accept it, even with the evidence right before their face. because they are emotionally invested in this thing. And a lot of people just don't want to admit they've been wrong, but that's okay. Because the true seekers of the Most High will find him. Those who only are seeking to be in the part of the minority or the majority, then that's where they're going to be, with the majority, not with the minority where the Most High wants you to be. The point that I'm making is this. These nations feared the Most High, right? They did. They knew of him. They kept his laws, or they heard of his laws. They tried to keep his laws, but they also served their carved images. So therefore, they wasn't keeping his law. Now, how do you tell a man that in today's time? If he says, if my wife is on her menstrual cycle, I don't be around her. I separate from my wife when she's on her menstrual. She don't cook for me. I don't lay in the same bed with her. And I don't use the toilet that she uses. We separate ourselves. That's keeping the laws of the Creator. How do you tell a man that does all these things? He feed the homeless. He helped the widows, the fatherless. He helps all them. He's doing all these righteous things, but yet he got a man as his power who died on the cross, on a stick, on a tree. That's his power. How do you tell him, or how do you express to him that these nations, you are part of these nations that fear the Most High, but serve carved images? How do you convince him of that? You almost can't. It's going to take the Most High to cause him to see his sin. It's not that you don't, because you always relate to all of your people whenever they're in error and whenever they're sinning. But you almost cannot change that. It's almost impossible to cause him to see his errors. Almost. And emotionally, because he's been emotionally indoctrinated, he don't really want to see his errors. Our people was worshiping the deities of the Sidonians. We're going to talk about that later. And also trying to worship the Most High. And they were Hebrew Israelites. Nothing has changed today from then. We are practicing idolatry, and then we wonder why we're in the condition that we're in today. Then it says, after the adults was doing it, their children did likewise, and their children's children, as their fathers did, so did they to this day. We learned from our fathers, and our fathers learned from their fathers. Their fathers learned from their fathers. This thing went on for a long time. And now, because I remember when I was young, my mama used to take me to church. She took me from the church to the Kingdom Hall to the church again. I remember those days. My mother was searching. She was a young woman, a single woman of like four children. Single woman, searching for the Creator. She was going to give us something, but I'm thankful she did what she did do, because that was a stepping stone for me to draw closer to the Creator. And here I am today, praising his name. 39 3/4 years later. May the Most High be praised. So we learned these things, the majority of us, not all of us, how to practice idolatry from our parents, who learned it from their parents. And guess what? If you're still practicing idolatry, most likely you're going to give it to your children. My wife, in her testimony earlier today, she testified about how her father practiced Islam. But her father gave all of the children an option when they got a certain age. If you don't want to do this, you don't have to. That was wise. And she left. And the Most High elevated her to a completely different level of understanding. And even today, I know that she has difficulty completely letting go what she's learned. I know that. And when I see something, or I hear something, or I catch something, I got to pull a shirt, and she just shakes it off and moves on past it. But a lot of times when we've been indoctrinated with things, we don't even see what we do. That's a part of that indoctrination. We don't see it because it's in us. It's embedded deeply in us, and we naturally do these things. It says their children did just like the fathers, and then the children's children, and then the children's children. As their fathers did, so do they to this day. On what do you rest this trust of yours? Do you truly trust in the Most High? Or do you just trust in the indoctrination that you've been given over your lifetime? Let's read about Hezekiah. Now, the wonderful thing, or the amazing thing that I saw, I don't know how wonderful it is, but the amazing thing that I saw and I heard and I read about Hezekiah was that Hezekiah was favored in the eyes of the Most High. But when Hezekiah's time came to be tested, to find out where his trust rested, Hezekiah failed that test. And when Hezekiah realized that he failed that test, he immediately went back to the Most High and asked for forgiveness and changed his ways. Let's read on. Let's see where we at. 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 1. In the 3rd year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, in the 3rd year while Hoshea was reigning, Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, over in Judah, he was the king of Judah, he began to reign. He was 25 years old when he began to reign. Now, let's think about this, family. This man is 25 years old, and he's the king of a nation. If you had a president at 25 today, you probably wouldn't respect him because you would think that he's too young. A 25-year-old today is like a 40 or 50-year-old. I'm sorry, in the reverse. A 25-year-old of 2,000 years ago is like a 40 or 50-year-old today. That's the time distance between the two. At 20 years old, in the ancient days, the Bible says you're considered a man. Here in these countries, most of the males are 20 and 25 and still live home with their parents. Some of them are 30 and still live home with their parents, not being able to be sufficiently and adequately taken care of and providing for themselves because they have a child's mentality, although they are superior than a child in age and in the amount of years that they've been upon the earth. And usually when you see individuals like that, usually they come up in a single parent household with the mother raising them. And she could be doing the best job she can do, and nothing's wrong with that. She could be doing the best job she can do, but she can't completely raise a man. And if he's still that way, and he lives in a 2-parent household, his mother is the father. Usually, that's when we suffer. Now, this has nothing to do with women. I'm not biased toward my sisters. I love my sisters. This has nothing to do with female bashing or any of that. This has everything to do with the things that need to be adjusted in our understandings of life and how there should be no single women in Israel. There should be none. And every man in Israel should be just that, a man and not a male. We have too many males running around in Israel today, shooting, killing, robbing, and most importantly, sexing the women. Too many males and not enough men. Men are those who are responsible for what they do. They take ownership for what they do, and they provide for what they do. Males don't do that. Males go from house to house to house to house, from sin to sin to sin to sin, from habit to habit to habit to habit. That's what males do. Men, they don't do that. But there's a lot of males who was raised in a single household with women, and they're very emotional. Guys like me, they don't want to talk to guys like me. They can't befriend guys like me. We can't even rock together because I will mess up their demons that exist within them. Let's move on. Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. He was 25 years old when he began to reign. And make this slight adjustment, please. We're in the book of 2 Kings. We're in the book of 2 Kings, chapter 18, verse 3, verse 2. And he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name was Abi, the daughter of Zechariah. Now I don't know if that Zechariah is Zechariah the priest. It could be, but I doubt it. But I don't know. Okay, so we're talking about Hezekiah, and if it was Zechariah the priest, I would doubt it, because the priesthood is, his daughter is only supposed to be married to a priest. But then if he's married to a king, I can see why they might have tried to bend those rules. But I don't know. I truly don't know. So I don't know if Zechariah's mother, Abi, was of the priesthood or of the tribe of Judah. Right. 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 3. And he did what was right in the eyes of the Most High. See, Hezekiah was a king who lived according to the laws of the Creator, according to all that David his father had done. And these are some of the attributes that he did. He removed the high places and broke down the pillars and cut down the Ashereth. Now, anybody know what an Ashereth is? It's a deity. It's a deity that a lot of our people serve. Asherah was a deity, a female deity. Some people teach that she was the wife of the Creator, but don't allow that to affect you, because she wasn't the wife of the Most High. But she was a deity that a lot of people served. Now she existed way back when we were in the wilderness. You know what I mean? She was way back in the wilderness times, and she's still existing today. And a lot of our people was worshiping back there. Hezekiah came about. Hezekiah tore it all down. All the idolatry that y'all was doing, killed a lot of people, destroyed the statues. And guess what? It still survived, because a lot of people will hold on to their beliefs and leave and go somewhere else and spread those teachings. So Asherah worship is still prevalent in the earth even till today. But watch this. And he broke in pieces the bronze serpent that Moses made. For unto those days the people of Israel had made offerings to it. It was called Nehushtan. Now, anybody familiar with the story of the bronze serpent that Moshe made? Nobody? All right. I need you to open your books. Open your books to the book of Numbers, chapter 21. We're going to talk about the bronze serpent that Moshe made. We're going to bring it up to date, just so that everybody understands what's going on. Okay, Numbers chapter 21. I'm going to back up a little bit. 21 and 4. Did I want to go at 4? Let's try 21 and 1. All right, we're going to start at Numbers 21 and 1. We're going to give this reading just so we get some history on what this bronze serpent was all about. Yes, I did. I taught about it a few years ago. Numbers 21 and 1. And when King Arad the Canaanite, which dwelt in the south, heard tell that Israel came by the way of spies, then he fought against Israel and took some of them prisoners. And Israel vowed a vow unto the Most High. What did we do? I'm going to tell you what we did. Pressure was coming upon us. Hard times and struggle was coming upon us. Our lives was being threatened. So what did we do? How many of us is going through something similar to that today? We vowed a vow to the Most High. And what do we say when we vow a vow? Oh, Creator, thou sovereign power, we on our best behavior. Oh, Creator, sovereign of all things, there is no power like you. But then we bowing down to all these other idols. There is no power like you, Father, not in the heavens above, nor the earth beneath. You are the only one, Creator, the only one. So therefore, Creator, if you would deliver us from the hand of this wicked king, Arad, I will never have another power before you ever again. I will stop eating the pork. I will stop committing adultery. I will stop eating chicken. I will stop a whole lot of things you're going to name at that time. Because you need something from the Creator. The children of Israel were being beat down. They needed something from the Most High, so they vowed a vow to the Creator. Just like us. When we need the Most High that bad, we vow vows to the Most High. But how many of us keep those vows? And Yisrael vowed a vow unto the Most High because they was being oppressed, and said, if thou will indeed deliver this people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities. But did we? And the Most High heard the voice of the children of Yisrael. He heard us. And he delivered up the Canaanites. He gave us victory over them. They was killing us. We cried to the Most High. The Most High heard us, and the Most High allowed us to kill them. He allowed the oppressor to become oppressed by the victims that they were oppressing. And he gave the Canaanites into the hands of the people of Israel. And the Most High hearkened to the voice of Israel and delivered up the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities, and he called the name of the place Hormah. And they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea to compass the land of Edom. And the soul of the people were very much discouraged because of the way. Now I need to talk about this for a minute. The people just cried out to the Most High for great deliverance. You in your everyday life is having hard times and suffering. You cry out to the Most High to change your condition, and he changes your condition. They prayed to the Most High to change their condition. The Most High changed their condition. And then he said, I'm going to take you on a journey. And that journey is going to be a long time, a little road. You got to travel some great distance. And during that great distance, we became weary because we felt as if it was too long. This road was too long. And a lot of times you want something in your life, you want it right now, here and now. And the Most High is saying, I'm going to give it to you, but it ain't going to be now. But you don't want to wait. So you jump ship and you go begin to practice idolatry and do something that you know the Most High doesn't have for you to do, because you don't want to be patient and wait on the Most High. And the Most High hearkened and delivered, and they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea to compass the land of Edom. And the soul of the people were much discouraged because of the way. And the people began to speak against the Most High and against his servant Moshe, because they thought that this journey was going to be nice, going to be easy, that they were going to have limousines, that they was going to have Bentleys and Benzes, that they was going to have a whole bunch of money in their bank account. They didn't realize that along this way, it was going to be a lot of times when you didn't have money, you couldn't feed your family. It was going to be a lot of testing times when the Most High was checking your loyalty to see if you was really about him or if you was just there with him for the money. There's going to be a lot of those times going to come in your life where you have to borrow something from your neighbor just to survive for a week or two. Do you still trust in the Most High, or do you change your ways and practice idolatry and give you the Most High's glory to another? The children of Israel grew weary of the Most High. So what did they do? They began to talk against the Most High and against his servant. Wherefore have ye brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? They didn't see the glory of the Most High. They didn't understand the simple fact that the Most High was with them, and that should be enough. They didn't see that. They didn't understand that. They wanted the luxury camels. They wanted water at their fingertips whenever they wanted it. They wanted the heat to be on when they go push the button. They wanted the electric to come on so they could get cooled with the air conditioner. They wanted the big Benzes. They wanted the stretch limos. They wanted everything that they wanted when they wanted it, and that's how they wanted it. And when they didn't get it, they went out and started selling drugs, killing each other. They started robbing banks. They started doing a whole lot of evil and wicked things, being unrighteous, just so that we can get what we wanted. They began to blame the Most High for the things and the difficulties that was going on in their lives. But guess what? They didn't realize the Most High was watching. Because all this that we live in right now is just a test. A test as you go from one place to the other. And if you don't pass that test, then you're going to be revisited by that angel the next year and the next season after you fail that test. They didn't pass the test. And watch what happened to them. And the people spake against Moshe and against the Most High and against Moshe. Wherefore have ye brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, neither is there any water, and our soul loatheth this light bread. The Most High gave them, he was providing for them. Manna, bread fell from the heaven. It was like little wafers. Well, they was eating it so long that they grew weary of eating it. They didn't want what the Most High was providing anymore. They wanted people bread. They wanted bread that they could make in their ovens like regular people. The Most High put them in a superior life. They didn't even realize it. They wanted to be like the nations around them. And when we're not living like the nations around us, we tend to miss something that we never had. Something that wasn't intended for us. This American lifestyle we live in right now, it wasn't intended for us. To hate your neighbor, to hate your brother, to despise the person that lives right across the street from you, to not want to talk to the brother that live up the street from you. Not you're in school and you don't want to talk to the other people in your classrooms. You know, we this American life, that's not how we live. Wasn't our culture. Our culture was a befriending culture, a loving culture. People would help each other. People would protect each other and love each other and help build up each other. In today's world, people envy you when they see you got a little bit of something. That's not how we lived. If they saw that you was living life a little bit better than them in the ancient days, they would attach themselves to you so that they could receive some of the blessings that you're receiving. Not today. We talk bad about each other. We want to try to bring the other one down like crabs in a barrel. We don't want to see anybody do better than us, but not realizing that we so far down on a totem pole that a child could do better than us because we have so much hatred in our heart toward our own people. Well, anyway, like I was saying, the Most High was feeding us bread from heaven, but that wasn't enough. We found something to complain about. And the Most High, he heard this. And when he heard this, this is what he did. The Creator sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people in Israel died. Why did the people in Israel die? What was the reason why they died? See, this was death that could have been prevented. Why did the people die from the fiery serpents? What's the reason? Somebody tell me. Because they what? What's the name of the lesson today? On what do you rest this trust of yours? The people had no trust that the Most High was with them. The people had no trust that the Most High would deliver them. You understand what I'm saying to you? When your trust in the Most High is challenged, a lot of us seem to fail, and we begin to be laxed in our servitude to the Creator. A lot of us. We began to be laxed on keeping this law of the Most High. We began to back away from understanding the severity of not practicing idolatry and not worshiping anyone but the Most High. You have a question?
I was going to say that they didn't have no faith and they were stubborn.
They were stubborn.
Mhm.
That's right. They didn't have no faith and they were stubborn. But faith, we're talking about the trust in the Most High. That's knowledge. You have to know that the Most High has your back. And we lost all that. And Moses, and hold on. Verse 7. Therefore the people came to Moshe and they said, we have sinned. After enough getting beat upside your head, you acknowledge that you have sinned. But do you really mean it? Because as long as the pressure is on you, you're going to say a whole lot of things to get that pressure up off of you. I'm talking to you, Israel. I'm not just talking to Israel 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. I'm talking to you today. As long as that pressure is on your head, you remember the Most High. And you call out to the Most High for deliverance. There's a lot of us right now who can't pay our bills. We're calling on the Most High to help us to pay our bills. There are a lot of us right now in the hospitals, laying on hospital beds, and we're sickly, and we're calling on the Most High to help us get better. There's a lot of us in bad relationships with our spouses, and we're asking the Most High, we're calling on Him to help change our relationships and our marriages. All of us are calling on the Most High in our own special, intimate way. But what happens is, to a lot of us, once the Most High intervenes and give us our desires, we tend to move away from the Most High. You know, we tend to go right back to that idle person that we were that brought those curses upon us in the beginning. This is what I'm trying to get you to see, trying to help you to prevent from doing and repeating the steps of our forefathers. Therefore, the people came to Moshe and said, we have sinned, for we have spoken against the Most High, and we have spoken against thee. Now, look how they didn't just say we have sinned against the Creator. You understand? Look how it doesn't just say that we have spoken against the Creator. They also saying we have spoken against the messenger or the servant that the Most High has brought us. Yes.
I was going to say that they were going to go into the land of milk and honey, but they didn't have no faith and they're stubborn and they were ungrateful.
That's right.
So they didn't get into the land of milk and honey. They were going to get in there, but not no more.
Yeah, it's deep. They got in, but it wasn't the same because of their lack of trust in the Creator. So the Most High can have something for you, right? A blessing just waiting for you. You just have to get there, which means you got to walk that journey that He has for you to walk, and you remain obedient to Him. And then after you finish that journey, He blesses you with the windows of heaven. Well, if you're walking that journey and then you go back and commit a lot of the sins and trespasses that you was doing that you know the Most High don't like, He may allow you to still get to that final destination, but the blessings will be different. They won't be the same. So this is why you don't put anybody before the Most High. No one or nothing. And you are patient in your servitude to the Creator. You tell Him what you need, tell Him what you want, and you move on. And you continuously live life. If it takes Him 5 years to give it to you, you be patient and wait. They asked Moshe, they said, pray unto Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh that He take away the serpents from us. And Moshe prayed for the people. And the Most High said unto Moshe, this was how He healed the people of the fiery serpents that bit them and killed them because of their disrespect to the Creator and the disrespect that they showed to Moshe. And the Most High, Yohei said to Moshe, make thee a fiery serpent and set it upon a pole, and it shall come to pass that everyone that is bitten, when he looketh upon it, he shall live. And Moshe made a serpent of brass and put it on a pole. And it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. I don't know if y'all understand the correlation to that in the name of this chapter. On what do you rest this trust of yours? Now, this man has been bitten by a serpent, a fiery serpent. It really means brass serpent. This man had been bitten by a fiery serpent. Immediately, his faith and his trust in the Most High had become challenged. So what this man did was, after he got bitten, he went to this staff that Moshe made, and he looked on the staff and was healed. Do y'all follow me? He looked on the staff and was healed. Y'all hear me? He looked on the staff and was healed. And then after he was healed by looking on the staff, what did he do next? He began to worship the staff as if the staff was a creator. Do y'all see how easy it is for our people to fall into idolatry? That's the same thing a lot of people do today with JC. That's the same thing that they do in a whole lot of these stories that you'll read about, hear about, and learn about. They replace the glory of the Most High with something that they could see. Just like this man. Something that he could put his eyes on became his power. And he worshiped it. Well, guess what? He taught his children to do that. And his children taught his children how to do that. 400 years have passed. And we were still worshiping the fiery serpent, the staff, that deity, who the Most High never intended for us to worship. We were still worshiping it. 400 years had passed. And we're still practicing idolatry. And the Most High still being merciful to us. All the way down to the time of Hezekiah, when Hezekiah became king. And when Hezekiah became king, he removed that fiery image that Moshe had the people bow down to so that they could be healed at the Creator's command. He removed that fiery image, and the people still worship that image 400 years later. You see the need that we have inside of us to practice idolatry? Now, we was right there in the presence of the Most High, and there was no doubt that Moshe was the Most High spokesperson. No doubt. And we still were guilty of idolatry. How much more today? Not knowing who the Moshe of today is. Not knowing if the Most High is ever even going to hear our prayers and entertain our thoughts ever again. So we're being tested, family. And the test that we're going through right now, you're going to see a lot of difficult times because the journey is long. It's a long journey. You might go your whole life suffering, and at the end of your life, your children will reap the rewards of the suffering that you did in your life. Now, you said you would die for your children. Really? Would you? This road is a long road. It's a long road. You have to remain faithful to the Most High to achieve the victory that He has for you. Now, it's not going to be always, in every case, a long journey before you see the true blessings and powerful blessings of the Creator. Sometimes it just takes months. Sometimes it takes weeks. But I need you to understand that a lot of this is all based on, and I need you to hear me, your patience with the Creator. Because if you're trying to, the Most High knows you better than you know yourself. And if you're trying to fool him, it's like being in a relationship with a man or a woman that you just met. When y'all first meet, you're on your best behavior. First couple of years, man, anything happen, you suck it up. You yes, sir, no, sir. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Oh, y'all all sweet. You're buying the flowers. You're taking each other out to dinner, going to the movies. You're rubbing toes when you're in the bed with each other. You rubbing his toes. She rub your toes. Y'all feet embracing. It's real good in the beginning until challenging times come. And when challenging times come, you get to see who you really love. You get to see what you're really made out of. Same thing with our journey with this King, with the Creator. If the Most High had your life set up where it's all peaceful and bliss at all times, you'll never know on what do you rest this trust of yours. Difficult times had to have came into our lives at one or two points in our lives in order for us to show the Most High how truthfully we desire to serve Him. Because if the road is all smooth and everything is handed to you, you never know if you really love the Most High or not. What did Satan say when he came before the Most High's presence in the heavenly kingdom? And the Most High challenged him or tested him with Job. He says, Most High, if you remove your hedge from him, he'll curse you to your face. He was wrong, of course. But that's what he says every day to the Most High about you. And the Most High says, all right, just don't kill him. You can touch his income. You could touch his women. You could touch all these things, but don't take his life. And you are here today still breathing and living and still functioning. And the Most High is still allowing you to be tested. Don't give in. Don't give in, don't give up, and don't lose trust in the Most High. He got you. He got you. 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 4. He removed the high places and broke the pillars and cut down the Asherah. And he broke in pieces the bronze serpent that Moshe had made. For unto those days the people of Israel had made an offering unto it. We were worshiping this statue, making offerings unto this statue. Halfway serving the Most High, halfway committing idolatry. And when somebody walk up to us and tell us we wrong, oh no, we right. See, I got this. I've been doing this all my life. And look at my lifestyle. I'm rolling. But you're wicked to the core. You're practicing idolatry. One of the worst things that the Most High despises, idolatry. That's why we went into captivity, because we were practicing idolatry. And as a result of our forefathers practicing idolatry, we are here today in this land of our enemies who despise us. And it's not even their land, because this is our land as well. We own this land. This land, we was here before them. But we're in the land of our enemies, which means this new government has been established in this land. We're in this land serving them. And they calling the shots, they running the show. How are we going to come up above that? How are we going to survive all this that we're going through right now? The best way to do it is to come together, to work together, to live together, and to be a part of a community. Communal living will conquer so many problems that we have in our lives. Because if this brother's a bricklayer, this brother's a carpenter, this brother is an electrician, and they all live in a community, guess what we can do? We can build houses. And it will cost us less money because we have all the means, the needs, and the necessities to do it. Because we all live in a community and we have a special skill set. So whenever you become a part of a community, you have to bring something to the community that's going to benefit the community. Don't just come with your hand out saying, I'm only here so I can eat. I remember a sister came to live in our community, and she started driving a tractor, riding around on a tractor, talking about what I can do. How can I help out? What y'all need me to do? She had the right mindset. She's right. It's about how the community can use you, how you can serve the people. And as long as you're entering into that with that mindset, you'll never go wrong. But when you enter into it with the mindset that somebody owes you something, you're wrong from the door. And it will never work. We were bowing down and bringing offerings, and it was called Nehushtan. Now, what is Nehushtan? Anybody know? Nehushtan. All right. Well, Prince did the homework already. Y'all know me. I'm at the TOP, rocking the beats. Nehushtan. Can y'all see that? All right. Well, let me see if I can open it up a little bit. Can y'all see it now? Is it better now?
Yeah.
All right. In the time between Moses and Hezekiah, Yisrael began to worship the fiery serpent, Moshe made out of bronze. It is only mentioned in connection with Hezekiah reform, but yet it was passed down as something that the Israelite worshipped since the days of Moses, like 400 years earlier. But the Nehushtan worship could have been taking place long before Hezekiah, which it was. While it is understandable how an item that brought miraculous healing could become an object of worship, they never heard about JC. If his life was true and he did all this miraculous healing, then people began to worship him. It was still blatant disobedient to the Most High's commands. Exodus 20, verse 4-5, that thou shalt worship nothing in the heavens above, nor the sea beneath, or in the land, anything under the sun. You should not worship nothing but the Most High. The bronze serpent was the Most High's method of deliverance during the incident recording in Numbers 21. There is no indication that the Most High intended it to ever be used again. While he does not refer to it as Nehushtan, Jesus mentions the bronze serpent in John. As Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son. You see how they implement these things of JC and idol worship into this? Look how skillfully they put that in there. Interestingly, the word Nehushtan appears simply means piece of brass, but Nakash is the root. They ain't telling us the whole fullness of it. Maybe they don't have the understanding. But Nakash is the root for serpent. Nakash is the root for the word that they're using as serpent. But Nakash really means enchantment. It's like some type of magic taking place. Some type of enchantment is what Nakash means. But you'll see Nakash being translated through the scripture as serpent. So Nehushtan is a play on the word Nakash. Okay, let's see what they say. Nehushtan appeared to be simply piece of brass. Perhaps Hezekiah named it Nehushtan to remind people that it was only a piece of brass. It had no power. Even in Numbers 21 incident, it was the Most High who healed, not Nehushtan. Now they can see that when it replies to Numbers 21, but when you go to John, they can't see that now. Nehushtan should be a powerful reminder to us of all that's even good things and good people can become idols in our lives. I don't believe they just said this. The worship of Nehushtan should be a powerful reminder to us all, that even good things and good people can become idols in our lives And JC, with the life that we would accept that he lived, was a good person. And he has become an idol in people's lives. Our praise, worship, and adoration are to be directed to the Most High and the Most High alone. Nothing else, regardless of this amazing history, is worthy. May the Most High be praised. Wow. Absolutely. Now they can see all that and say all that, but they can't see where they're making their error in whom they serve. That's deep. And that was out of their mouths. That wasn't me ad-libbing. They said that. He trusted, Hezekiah, he trusted in the Most High, the power of Israel, so that there was none like him among all the kings of Judah after him, nor among those who were before him. For he held fast to the Most High. He was so strong on the Most High. That's correct. That's how we came up. This is right. That's how we came up with the medical image of today's. Like if you look on the paramedics, they got the bronze serpent. They got the bronze pole with the serpent intermingling around the pole. Sometimes they got two serpents. That's how they came up with that image. They took it right out of the scriptures. Yeah. It's supposed to be a symbol of medicine or healing. That's correct. For he held fast. Now we're talking about Hezekiah. Now what are we talking about Hezekiah? Hezekiah was 25 years. At this time, he's 28 years. He has been like 2-3 years in his reign. 3 years. At this time, he's still worshiping the Most High with a phenomenal pace. Let's go back to you, family, because I need you to look deep into your own life. When you first came into this way, I was talking to a brother Antoine, just last night. I was talking to Brother Antoine last night, and Brother Antoine was telling me about how when he first came into this way, the brothers that he was studying with, they would be sitting up all night, studying scripture, back and forth, going into the book, learning, studying, researching. They was making themselves strong. They were submerging themselves in this way. And I'm sure that a lot of us have done the same thing, because I can remember my days. When I first came into this way, I was real heavy on this. I should go to the libraries and stay in the library for days, 2 and 3 days in the library. I'll leave, come back, to complete the research that I set out for my mind to find satisfaction in understanding this. Used to pray all day. 3 times a day became a mandatory thing for me. Pray 3 times a day. Fast 1 time a week. Every Wednesday, I began to fast. Oh, man, I was on the epitome of my game. I was like, Paul, I should go out in the park and pray out in the park at sunset, just lay on the ground and just pray. It was deep. How was it for you when you first came into this way? How much intensity did you give the Creator? For anybody to say anything bad about you at that time, it was a problem, because you was on point with the Most High. They had to search hard. They probably had to go into your past to figure out some stuff to bring up accusations against you. But now that you've been walking in this way for 4, 5, 7 years even, what happened to the zeal that you had to learn about the Most High? What happened to that passion that you had staying up 4 and 5, 8 hours sometimes studying the scriptures? What happened to all that? What happened to the desire to know of him, to learn of him, to make certain that your teacher is teaching you correctly? What happened to that passion? Normally what happens is we get complacent when we've been somewhere for a long time, or we've been in a situation for a long time. It's like a husband and a wife. When they first get married, they both on point. They all doing the best they can for a period of time. But once that marriage begin to be 6, 7 months old, a year old, they start to getting back to who they were prior to that marriage. Same thing we have with the Most High for a lot of us. We lose that zeal over a period of time. I always tell you, time is the true teller of all things. Time is the true teller of all things. You say you serve the Most High. You say you love the Most High. He's going to test you with the duration of time to see if the words you speak out of your mouth are true. Hezekiah, 28 years old now. It was easy for him to serve the Creator because he didn't have a whole lot of distractions in his life. There wasn't a whole lot of challenging times in his way, and he was busy trying to run the nation. It was easy at that time for him to trust the Creator. But watch when he get about 10 years under his belt, 5 years under his belt. Watch some of the things that he began to do that the Most High had to check him on. Let's read. Verse 6, 2 Kings chapter 18, verse 6. For he held fast to the Most High. He did not part from him, from following him, but kept the commands of the Most High, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, just as he commanded Moshe. And the Most High was with him. Wherefore he went out, he prospered. Wherever he went, he prospered. You remember when you first came into this way before the Most High? All the sacrifices that you was doing to serve him, how easy and spiritually filled you felt. His presence was with you. The only thing that's going to turn the Most High away from you is you, through your habits, through your thoughts, and through your actions. If you don't consistently search after the Most High will not consistently do things for you in your life. You have to stay active with the Creator. You can't just assume that I got this all wrapped up and then you ain't out on that research, on that study tip. You ain't watching your behavior and how you conduct yourself, how you think, and how you think. Because your thoughts is going to control your actions. You can't secretly have a desire in your heart and expect a wicked desire and expect to live a righteous life. It don't work that way. You have to eradicate that wickedness from your soul. Then you can live a righteous life. But part of the problem is we don't want to eradicate that wickedness because it brings us pleasure, or we think it's going to bring us pleasure. But here's an example for that. For those of us who fast, and I'm talking about fast. If you're on a fast, the only thing you're thinking about is when it becomes time to eat. Your fast is for 3 days. So for 3 days, you're thinking about when it's time to eat, what you're going to eat. I'm going to get this. And man, you got your mouth tasting all good. You like, man, it's going to be good. And then when it's time to break your fast and you eat that food, it's disappointing. Most of the time, it's disappointing. You say, man, I could have did without that. I could have went some more time. And that's what it's like, family. That's what it's like. Therefore, stay strong in the Most High. Stay strong with the Creator. But he fasted to the Most High. He did not depart from following him, but kept the commands that the Most High commanded Moshe. And the Most High was with him. Wherever he went out, he prospered. He rebelled against the king of Assyria and would not serve him. Now you rebelled against the king of this nation, and you didn't want to serve him because you knew that the Most High was with you. You changed your life, you changed your lifestyle. Some of you even changed your friends. And you walk solely with the Most High in complete confidence and trust that the Most High will heal you. And the Most High was with him. Wherever he went out, he prospered. He rebelled against the king of Assyria and would not serve him. He struck down the Philistines as far as Gaza and its territory, from watchtower to fortified city. In the 4th year of Hezekiah, which was in the 7th year of Hoshea, son of Elah, king of Israel, Shalmaneser, and if I'm not mistaken, Shalmaneser is one of the son or the grandson, I believe, of Tiglath-Pileser. Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, came up against Samaria, and he besieged it. And at the end of 3 years, he took it. And in the 6th year of Hezekiah, which was the 9th year of Hoshea, king of Israel, Samaria was taken. The king of Assyria carried the Israelites away to Assyria and put them in Halah. Now, Shalmaneser that they're talking about should be Shalmaneser the 5th. He's the 5th. And he should be Tiglath-Pileser's son.
Son or grandson?
Grandson, I believe. I believe he's grandson. Well, you look it up. It'll tell you. King of Assyria carried the Israelites away to Assyria. Yes, Shalmaneser, yes. And put them in Halah and on the harbor, the river of Gaza, and in the city of the Medes. And this is how, when you read the story of Esther, when you read the story of Esther, the Medo-Persian Empire was where the story of Esther took place with their king called Xerxes. Esther got placed, her people got placed there during this time. Are y'all with me? Because they did not obey the voice of the Most High, their Elohim, but transgressed his covenant, even all that Moshe, the servant of the Most High, commanded. They neither listened nor obeyed. Sennacherib, now he's the grandson. Sennacherib is the grandson of Shalmaneser's brother. In the 4th year of the king of Hezekiah, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, came up against the fortified cities of Judah, and he took them. And Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria at Lachish. Now, this is what I wanted to say. When we started reading this, it said that Hezekiah was a righteous man. He served the Creator with all his intentions, all of his, everything about him when he became king. 4 years in, he's being tested by the Most High. And let's see if he passes this test that the Creator put upon him. Hezekiah, king of Judah, sent to the king of Assyria at Lachish, saying, I have done wrong. Oh, don't look like he trusts in the Most High right here. He says, withdraw from me. Whatever you impose on me, I will bear. Why didn't Hezekiah go to the Most High? Same thing I'm going to ask you. Why didn't you go to the Most High when your hardship came upon you? Hezekiah, because what do you rest this trust of yours on? Hezekiah's trust was supposed to rest in the Creator. Remember, he was a righteous man. He got all the idols destroyed in Jerusalem. He destroyed all of them. He was a righteous man. So therefore, when calamity comes upon him, he was supposed to give that back to the Creator. You follow me? He said to this man, whatever you propose upon me, I will bear. And the king of Assyria required of Hezekiah, king of Judah, 300 talents of silver and 30 talents of gold. And I want y'all to pay close attention to how far a man will go to please another man instead of just going straight to the Most High. Watch what he did. Hezekiah gave him all the silver that was found in the house of the Most High and in the treasures of the king's house. Hezekiah gave to the king of Assyria because he feared for his own life what was dedicated to the Creator. So in essence, what was he saying to the Most High? F you. That's what he was saying to the Creator. So on what do you rest this trust of yours, Israel? If King Hezekiah would do it, will you do it today? Because your test is here. You're going through your test as well. Would you violate the Shabbat day to do things that you normally wouldn't do on a Shabbat day because a job opportunity comes up? Because someone's giving you an opportunity in life to do something that you wasn't given the opportunity to do before? Will you violate the Shabbat day to do your own pleasures? Because somebody else might be paying for it. They making it easy for you. Something you might have always wanted to do, or somewhere you might have always where you wanted to go, or somebody you might have always wanted to be with. But their only availability is on a Shabbat day. Will you violate the sacred things that you give to the Creator to please or to get the benefit from man? So many of us are guilty. At that time, Hezekiah stripped the gold from the doors of the temple of the Most High and from the doorposts that Hezekiah, king of Judah, had overlaid, and gave it to the king of Assyria. And the king of Assyria sent the Tartans and the Rapsar and the Rapshakam with a great army from Lachish to King Hezekiah at Jerusalem to pick up all that money. And they went up and came to Jerusalem. When they arrived, they came and stood by the conduit of the upper pool, which is on the highway to the washer's field. Now, I want y'all to watch this, because what it's about to explain to us in a minute is just how we are as a people. When your faith is being trusted, you're trying to make deals and you don't want nobody to know that you made this deal. When you commit sin, you don't want nobody to know that you're sinning against the Most High. When they arrived, they came and stood by the conduit of the upper pool, which is on the highway of the washer's field. And when they called for the king, there came out to them Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, who was of the household. Now Hilkiah was the priest. Eliakim was the priest's son, who was over the household. Hilkiah being over the household means that he was the acting priest or the acting high priest at that time, who was over the household. And Shebna, the secretary, and Joah, the son of Asaph, the recorder. Somebody had to keep a record. But watch what's happening. And the Ribshakeh said to them, go get Hezekiah. He says, say to Hezekiah, thus saith the great king of Assyria, on what do you rest your trust, this trust of yours? That's the name of the lesson. He's talking to the king of Assyria. Talking to the king Hezekiah, the king of Judah. And he asks him this question. He said, on what do you rest this trust of yours? Hezekiah was supposed to come back and say, I trust in the Most High, as you're supposed to come back and say, I trust in the Most High. But instead of Hezekiah coming back saying, I trust in the Most High, he said, here, take all my riches, take my jewels, take my money, take my wealth. Here, take my wife, take all my belongings. Just don't kill me and don't kill my people. If he truly trusted the Most High, he would have did what came second to him to do later on when he had no choice. Ribshakeh asked him, he says, on what do you rest this trust of yours? Do you think that mere words are strategy and power for war? When I read that right there, that put my mind in a certain place. Let me read it again. Now, this is a man that's ready to kill another man. He's talking to his emissaries. He says, do you think that mere words are strategy and power for war. Thinking. You know, Israel, we got Israelite leaders all over the place and they're all talking. But they're doing nothing strategic to prepare for the warfare that we are in and the warfare that's about to come. Words are nothing but words until they become action in your life. You can promise the Most High anything that you want to promise the Most High, but until you begin to live it out in your life, what you promise, then you're lying to the Creator and you're lying to yourself by just using words and saying these things and speaking all this stuff, but not backing it up with your actions. You're lying to the Most High and you're lying to yourself. He says, do you think that mere words are strategy and power for war? And I got to let you know again, family, we are at war. And you keep going to all these places where these people, these teachers, because they sound good and it sound like they got some good stories to tell and they teaching real good with their smooth words as they break down the scriptures, but they on that 9 to 5 every day. And they're not preparing for the true warfare, which is tomorrow. They're not teaching you how to prepare for it. They're not talking to you about how to draw closer to the Most High and allow the Most High to protect you. But meanwhile, while you're doing your service to each other, pleasing the Creator, you should also be building a house of refuge. For when the hell break loose, what you gonna do? Where you gonna go? Think wisely, Israel. Not enough of us are thinking wisely. Too many of us are being entertained by these entertainers who talk good, powerful words. But the words that they're talking are not properly preparing you for warfare. How many are out there telling you to go build a well, get some land, grow some food, give a community where you got people to be a part of to help you if the manslayer comes through? How many people are talking about that? Most of them are not talking about that because they're caught up in the cities and don't want to let the cities go. Therefore, when hell break loose in the United States, you're going to be right in the cities with them because your leaders wasn't teaching you proper strategies for warfare. He said, do you think mere words are strategy and power for war? They're not. In whom do you now trust that you have rebelled against me? That's what the king of Assyria is saying to Hezekiah. He said, who do you trust, Hezekiah? Hezekiah was supposed to say the Most High, just as you're supposed to say, who you trust? Because that question is being asked of you daily. Behold, watch what he says, because he's ready to break it down. He says, behold, you are trusting now in Egypt. That broken reed of a staff, which will pierce the hand of any man who leans on it. Such is Pharaoh, king of Egypt, to all who trust in him. He says, but if you say to me, we trust in the Most High. This part right here rocks my world. He says, if you say to me that we trust in the Most High, our power, he says, you wasn't trusting in the Most High when you gave me the gold from the Most High's house. If you say to me that you trust in the Most High like so many Israelites would do today, was you trusting in the Most High when you committed adultery? Was you trusting in the Most High when you wanted to go to that club, that party, and it was on the Shabbat? Or you wanted to go to that girl's wedding and it was on the Shabbat? When you wanted to do the things that you thought brought you pleasure, did you trust in the Most High then? When you were smoking that weed after you knew weed was no good, was you trusting in the Most High then? Was you drinking that liquor knowing you were alcoholic? Was you trusting in the Most High then, knowing you shouldn't have been drinking it because you was an alcoholic? A lot of us demonstrates through our lifestyle that we don't truly trust in the Creator like our mouths say we do. We don't really trust in the Most High like our mouths say we do. And a lot of us, we got these fringes on. We got these 100% cotton, wool, or linen clothes on. We got a tevulim on. We got our hair wrap on. We all sharp. But we in a crack house. We smoking crack. We smoking weed. We drinking liquor, alcohol. We're acting just like the heathens that are around us. And guess where we're doing it at? Right in plain sight where they all can see. So one day somebody's going to ask you, do you trust in the Most High? I thought you were different. And if you're truly different from everybody else, it should show in your behavior. If you don't worship the power that everybody else serves, it should show in your behavior. If you worship the Most High and He's so distinguished from everybody else's power, it should show in your behavior. Now, so I have to ask you this question. If you out in the world and you're doing the same thing that the world is doing, how are you showing any set apart nation or any set apart nature within you? You just look different. That's all. Because you got fringes on. You just look different because you got your hair wrapped. You just look different. But you right in the club with us. You right in the speakeasy with us. You right in the whole house with us. You buying your liquor and alcohol right with us. You buying, smoking your weed, right? You sitting on the corner, enjoying life just like us. What makes you think you any different from us? And they are absolutely right, family. Because if the habits and the customs of your life is just like the habits and customs of lives of people who practice idolatry or people who are just practicing sin, if your lifestyle is the same as theirs, then obviously that should be a message to you to let you know that you're not serving the Most High. It's just that simple. Although you may think you are, you have grown complacent with your servitude to the Creator. And He's not pleased with that. Your whole life should be set apart from the lives of everybody you know, except those who serve the Most High. That's why communal living is so important. Because you will get caught up in the midst of those streets when you live and all you see in the community that you're living in are heathens. In the cities that you're living in, all you see is heathens. And you yourself will take on the customs and the practices of heathenism, and you'll be just like them, except you will have the knowledge of the Creator, but not serving the Most High. There should be distinguishing features about you other than just your clothes. They should be able to look at you. Yo, you don't smoke, do you? You don't drink, do you? Why I don't ever see you at the club? Why you ain't partying with us? Why you ain't at the whole house? There should be distinguishing features about you. I never see you in church. What's going on? There should be distinguishing features about you that the heathens will be able to look on you and see that you're different than them, other than your fringes. And I'm talking about distinguishing features in how you act, how you conduct yourself, and what you do. And the problem is that too many of us look just like them. Too many of us are right where they are, doing the same things that they're doing. Too many of us is trying to fit in with them because that's the life where the fun is. To be a Hebrew Israelite in its fullest potential is boring. You can't do nothing. You can't go nowhere. Come now. Let me move too fast. But if you say to me, we trust in the Most High, our power, is it not he, you, whose high places, the Most High's high places, and altars Hezekiah removed, saying to Judah and to Jerusalem, ye shall worship before this altar in Jerusalem? Come now, make a wager with my master, the king of Assyria. Now, this is the brother, he's talking to the embassy of King Hezekiah. He says, come now, make a wager with my master, the king of Assyria. He says, I will give you 2,000 horses if you are able on your part to set riders on them. How then can you repulse a single captain among the leaders of my master's servants when you trust in Egypt for chariots and for horsemen? He says, moreover, is it without the Most High? Is it without your power that I have come up against this place to destroy it? The Most High said to me, go up against this land and destroy it. Now he's claiming that the Most High is talking to him. Then the son of the priest, Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, and Shebna and Joab. Now I want y'all to listen to this part right here. So these men that the Assyrian king sent to the children of Israel said all these strong words. And the emissaries of King Hezekiah is going to respond to them. And watch what he says. This is what they said to Rashakam. He says, please speak to your servants in Aramaic. Why? He said, because we understand it, so speak to us in Aramaic. He says, do not speak unto us in the language of Judah, within the hearing of the people who are on the wall. Y'all understand what's being taken place here? They trying to keep this hush-hush. They want them to speak in the language of Aramaic because most Hebrews don't understand Aramaic. We speak Hebrew. So they don't want the people that are around to hear what King Hezekiah did that was so embarrassing for the people to hear. Because now the people would know that King Hezekiah don't fear the Most High as much as he should. Because he gave the Most High's treasures unto the king of Assyria. So they tell those men, Rabshakeh and them, they tell Rabshakeh and them to speak to us in a different language so everybody don't be in our conversation. Or let's go behind closed doors so everybody ain't got to hear this. Let's keep this a secret. But Rabshakeh is he going to understand. He says, but Rabshakeh said to them, has my master sent me to speak these words to your master and to you, and not to the men sitting on the wall? He wants all to hear this message, who are doomed with you to eat their own dung and to drink their own urine. I want to talk to them as well because they're going to suffer just like you're going to suffer if we bring this war. Then Rabshakeh stood and called out in a loud voice in the language of Judah. He's speaking Hebrew. But these men were Assyrian. The Assyrians are speaking Hebrew. The language that all the people can know and understand. They say, hear the word of the great king, the king of Assyria. Thus says the king, do not let Hezekiah deceive you. Now they're talking to all the people. Do not let Hezekiah deceive you, for he will not be able to deliver you out of my hand. Do not let Hezekiah make you trust in the Most High by saying, the Most High will surely deliver us. Now, he was cool until he said that, because he just going to lead the people astray. He telling the people don't trust in the Most High. Have no faith and trust in the Most High. But the question on the table today is, on what do you rest this trust of yours? Make your peace with me and come out to me. Then each one of you will eat of his own vine, and each one of you his own figs, and each one of you will drink the water of his own well, until I come and take you away to a land like your own land, a land of grain and wine, a land of bread and vineyard, a land of olive trees and honey, that you may live and not die. So he's promised them all these things, pleasure things, luxurious things, and things to eat. And do not listen to Hezekiah when he misleads you by saying, the Most High will deliver us. How many people in your life try to turn you away from the Most High? Has any of the gods of the nations ever delivered his land, his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria? Wherefore are the gods of Hamath and Arpad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, Hena, and Arva? Now these are all lands that his father or his grandfather conquered. Where are the gods of Sepharvaim, Hena, and Arva? Have they delivered Samaria out of my hand? Who among all the gods of the lands have delivered their lands out of my hand? He's challenging the Most High. That's an error. That the Most High should deliver Jerusalem out of my hand. But the people were silent and answered him not a word. For the king's command was, do not answer him. Then Eliakim, the son of Hilkiah, who was over the household, and Shebna the secretary, and Joah, the son of Asaph, the recorder, came to Hezekiah with their clothes torn and told him the words of Rabshakeh. As soon as King Hezekiah heard it, he tore his clothes and covered himself with sackcloth and went into the house of the Most High. Do you know how hard that was for him to do? Because he just desecrated the Most High's house. He took the silver, the gold, all the valuable things, and gave it to this same man. And now this same man is coming to him saying, I'm going to take your people, uproot them out of this land and put them in another land. And this man is the king that they're talking to. He's embarrassed to go before the Most High. But he did it as humbly as a man can. So if you was once favored by the Most High and you did wicked things in your life, and then one day you realize that these things was evil and wicked and they shouldn't have been done, you too can go and receive the favor of the Most High by asking for forgiveness, by confessing your sin and acknowledging the evil that you've done. But most importantly, turn from your evil ways and don't repeat it again. And as soon as King Hezekiah heard it, he tore his clothes. He covered himself with sackcloth and went into the house of the Most High. So he humbled himself. When it says he put the sackcloth on him, it's a way of him humbling himself. And he sent Eliakim, who was over the household, and Shebna, the secretary, the senior priests, covered with sackcloth, to the prophet Isaiah, the son of Amos. That's the same Isaiah that's in the book of Isaiah. All these stories are all taking place around the same time frame. Even the book of Jonah was around this time frame. Well, Jonah was a little bit before this time. But all these things are happening. Jeremiah is coming about. Jeremiah is coming about shortly after. All these things are happening in a time frame of our prophets, the Chronicles, the Kings. That was happening during the time of Isaiah, Ezekiel, and Jeremiah. Lamentation. All these things was happening simultaneously. They just have them spread out in the book, but it was all happening around the same time period, between 1000 BC and 100 BC. And he saw Eliakim, who was over the household, and Shebna, the secretary, and the senior priest, covered with sackcloth, to the prophet Isaiah, the son of Amos. And they said to him, thus saith Hezekiah, this day is a day of distress and rebuke and of disgrace. Children have come to the point of birth, and there is no strength to bring them forth. Can you imagine that? Laying on a hospital bed, pregnant, like the video you showed earlier. Pregnant, ready to bring forth a child, and you ain't got the strength to push that child out. Can you imagine that? It's hard for me to imagine as a man, but I could just see it. You know? A hurtful thing, because you're in so much fear. It may be that the Most High, your Elohim, heard all the words of Reshechem, whom his master, the king of Assyria, has sent to mock the living power, and will rebuke the words of the Most High, your Elohim, has heard. Therefore, lift up your prayers for the remnant that is left. When the servants of King Hezekiah came to Isaiah, Yeshayahu, Isaiah said to them, say to your master, thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, do not be afraid because of the words that you have heard, with which the servants of the king of Assyria have reviled me, has disrespected me. Behold, I will put a spirit in him, so that he shall hear a rumor and return to his own land, and I will make him fall by the sword in his own land. And Reshechem returned and found the king of Syria fighting against Libnah, for he had heard that the king had left Lachish. Now the king heard concerning Tirhakah, king of Cush. Now Tirhakah, that's a powerful name. It's a Cushite king, Ethiopian king. Behold, he has set out to fight against you. So he sent messengers again to Hezekiah, saying, thus shall ye speak to Hezekiah, king of Judah. He says, do not let your power in whom you trust deceive you by promising that Jerusalem will not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria. Now I need y'all to think about this for a second. Judah is surrounded. The Assyrians got a great, massive army. And the Assyrians just sent a message saying they ready to sack the city. Hezekiah got a small military force looking at this major army all around him, and he's fearful. Don't know what to do. He's afraid. So he don't know what decision to make. But what he heard was the prophet go to him, come to him and send a message. But Hezekiah had already fasted and prayed with sackcloth and ashes in sincerity to the Most High. Behold, You have heard what the king of Assyria has done to all the lands, devoting them to destruction, and you shall be delivered. He said, and shall you be delivered? He said his king destroyed all these nations. What makes you think you're going to make it through? Those nations didn't serve the Most High. That was the northern kingdom. That was the northern kingdom that was practicing idolatry. But Hezekiah, as the book says, was favorable in the sight of the Creator. Devoting themselves to destruction, and shall you be delivered? Have the power of the nations delivered them? The nations that my father destroyed, and watch this, Gozan, Haran, Rizeph, and the people of Eden who was in Telessa? Where is the king of Hamath, the king of Arpad, the king of the city of Sepharim and of Hena, or the king of Awa? Hezekiah received a letter from the hand of the messenger, and he read it. And Hezekiah went up to the house of the Most High and spread the letter out before the Most High. And Hezekiah prayed before the Most High. And this is what Hezekiah said. What I like is that Hezekiah humbled himself again for the second time before the Almighty. O Most High, Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, the power, Ha Elohim of Yisrael, enthroned above the cherubims, you are the great power. You alone of all the kingdoms of the earth, you alone, with nobody else. Look at that part, yeah, y'all. In the ancient days, they do that the Most High was alone. And then that new book teaches you that somebody's on the right hand, somebody on the left hand of the Most High. He says, no, the Most High is alone. You alone. Of all the kingdoms of the earth, you have made heaven and earth. Incline thy ear, O Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, and hear. Open your eyes, O Most High, and see, and hear the words of Sennacherib, which he hath sent to mock the living power. Truly, O Most High, the king of Assyria has laid waste the nations of their lands, and have cast their powers into the fire, for they were no powers, but the works of men's hands, works of stone. Therefore they were destroyed. So now, O Most High, our Elohim, Ha Elohim, or Ha Eloheinu, save us, please, from his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that thou art Yod-Heh-Wah-Heh, that you are Elohim alone. Then Yeshayahu, Isaiah, the son of Abaz, sent to Hezekiah, saying, thus saith the Most High, Ha Elohim of Yisrael. Your prayers to me are about Sennacherib, king of Assyria. He says, I have heard. This is the word that the Most High have spoken concerning him. She despised you, she scorned you, the virgin of Zion. She wagged her head behind you, the daughters of Yerushalayim. Who have you mocked and reviled? Against whom have you raised your voice and lift your eyes to the heights? Against the Holy One of Israel. By your messengers you have mocked the Creator, and you have said, with my many chariots I have gone up to the heights of the mountains, for the far recesses of Lebanon. I felt its tallest cedars, its choicest cypresses. I entered its farthest lodging place, its most fruitful forest. I dug wells and drank from foreign waters, and I dried up the sole of my foot, all the streams of Egypt. Have you not heard that I determined it long ago, that I planned it from days of old? What down I bring to pass, that you should turn fortified cities into heaps of ruins? And that's what we did down here. That's what we're doing down here. We have took forests and made a forest living accommodable. While their inhabitants, shorn of strength, are dismayed and confounded, and have become like plants of the field, and like tender grass, like grass on the housetop, blight before it's grown. But I know you're sitting down and you're going out and coming in, and you're raging against me, because you have raged against me, and your complacency has come into my ears. It says, I will put my hook in your nose and my bit in your mouth, and I will turn you back on the way to which you came. And this shall be the sign for you. This year, eat what grows of itself, and in the second year, what springs of the same. Then in the third year, sow and reap and plant vineyards and eat their fruit. And the surviving remnant of the house of Yehudah shall take root downward and bear fruit upward. For out of Yerushalayim shall go a remnant, and out of Mount Zion a band of survivals. The zeal of the Most High will do this. Therefore, thus saith the Most High concerning the king of Israel, who spoke all those harsh and cruel words against the Most High. He said, he shall not come into this city, or shoot an arrow there, or come before it with a shield, or cast a siege against it. By the way that he came, by the same he shall return, and he shall not come into this city, declares the Most High. For I will defend this city to save it, for my own sake, and for the sake of my servant Dawid. And at that night, the angel of the Most High, who is his servant, the angel of the Most High went out and struck down 185,000 men in the camp of the Assyrians. And when people arose early in the morning, behold, they were all dead bodies. Then Sennacherib, king of Assyria, departed and went home and lived in Nineveh, as he was worshiping in the house of Nishon, his god. Adramelech is the son of Hezekiah.
They're his sons, right?
I believe Hezekiah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I believe Adramelech was Hezekiah's son.
Yeah, yes.
I think he is. And as he was worshiping in the house of Nishon, his god, Adramelech and Shammah, his sons, not Hezekiah's sons, but the king's sons. His son struck him down with the sword and escaped into the land of Arad. And Shaddan, his son, reigned in his place. All right, we're going to stop there. We're going to stop there, family.
Yeah. His father is Sennacherib.
Yes, say it again.
Adramelech's father is Sennacherib.
Okay. All right. We're going to stop there. Are there any questions or comments, family? Are there any questions or comments?
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Why did that was the king of the king of Assyria's own son killed him?
Yes,
Why did they do that?
because the Most High ordained it.
Okay.
But Isaiah said that he would flee from Judah and that he would die in that place when he fled. And that's exactly what happened. Most High ordained for his own children to take his life. And they did.
Okay.
All right. Are there any other questions, family? There are no other questions. Any other comments? We're going to start in 2 Kings chapter 20 next week. 2 Kings chapter 20. We're going to talk about Hezekiah, what happened with him, how he redeemed himself, and the price he paid. All right. 2 Kings chapter 20. All right. We're going to stop our teachings for the day. And I just want to take questions and answers at this time. And once we exhaust all the questions and answers about anything you might want to talk about any question you may have, any subject that you feel you want to discuss, now is the time to ask those questions. Whatever you've been always wondering in your spirit about this way of life, about the Creator or decisions you have to make that's crucial in your life, whatever they may be, now is the time to ask those questions. Who would like to be first? Who would like to be first to ask these questions? When they say you don't have any questions, it's usually because you don't do no studying. You don't do too much reading. You don't do too much inquiring. You don't do any studying, because if you do studying is going to create questions within you. This is the place and the time to bring forth those questions. Does anyone have any questions? Does anyone have any comments? Anybody want to relate and elaborate a little bit about what they got out of today's lesson? Absolutely. All right, so can you copy and paste them, sis? Or Iman, can you go up and see what she's talking about? All my comments. All right, well, if you go up there and you see what you need to post, just post them up, please. Are there any other questions or comments? Wow. That's deep, sis. That's so true. May the Most High be praised. And if I have your permission, I'll keep you and you and your family in my prayers. Community is so important. Family is important. I don't believe we were meant to be alone. Absolutely. I didn't say we were to be alone. There are seasons we need to be alone. Then the Most High aligns us to the right people at the right time, puts us in the right place. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. Can't let go of the tangible and look back to the past versus willing to sacrifice the tangible and immediate pleasure. If it were perish, we perish for the sake of the Most High. May the Most High be praised. If we perish, we perish for the sake of the Most High. All right. May the Most High be praised. You got it, sis. Will do. What Bible do you read from? Well, the Bible that I read from is the Interlinear Bible. The one that you see me reading from is the ESV version with the Hebrew next to it, with the Hebrew translations or transliteration. All right. So if you put up a word and it says days, like Yamin, you'll see Yom down at the bottom. Okay. So you'll always see the Hebrew word for the English word, just to let you know. But that's usually the Bible I read from, a interlinear Bible, so that you can see the actual Hebrew word that's present. Because a lot of times when you read from just a regular straight translation, they translate a word to mean something that the word is not. Like, for example, we read last week or the week before, Isaiah 7, the 7th chapter of Isaiah, verse 14, I believe it is, where it says, a virgin shall bring forth a child. But the word there is Alma and not Betula. Therefore, it doesn't say that a virgin shall bring forth a child. It says the young woman shall bring forth a child. May the Most High be praised. Now, that's what I'm reading from the ESV, International Standard Version, I believe it is. All right. Question. In the book, African Origins, African Origins of the Major Western Religions, here on bookshelf, I see the Star of Dawood, Nazi, Muslims, etc. Is this book suggesting that all these religions came about around the same time, I guess you're saying, including our way of life? No, it's not suggesting that. It's a way of combining all the different world religions in one place. Just like on the caption of the picture that you see for this class, if you look at the caption outside on YouTube, you'll see a Star of Dawood, Magen Dawood, you'll see a cross, and you'll see some rosary beads. And those rosary beads, I forget the name of them in Islam, but they're Islamic symbol. And if you notice through the lesson today, I basically spoke about Islam, Christianity, and our way of life.
They call zikr beads.
Zikr beads, zikr beads. All right, so therefore, it gives you a brief summary of what it's about. So when it's talking about all the world religions, then it'll have many more pictures there. All right, may the Most High be praised. Should I get this Bible? If so, where can I get it? You can go to any Bible bookstore and purchase the Bible, and if you want a Bible to get, I will get the Jerusalem Bible. The Jerusalem Bible, because it has the Hebrew and the English in the Bible. But if you want to be a student, then you get the International Bible, the ESV, with the English underneath of the letters or the words, so that you can learn what word means what. And that would help. So are there any other questions, family? Had any, what was, okay, let me see what she said. Go ahead. From last week's class, speaking on the young woman that had a child as a sign from the Most High, you said we could find that child in the next few chapters. I haven't read yet, just wondering if that child had any significance in our history. Now, what's happening is the next few chapters of the book of Isaiah, not in the book of Kings. You got a good memory, because I did say that. But we will learn about the history of that child in the book of Isaiah, chapter 8, chapter 9. It's talking about Hezekiah's, Prophet Isaiah's son. The young woman was his wife. And his name was Sha'ar Zabaz or Shoes, something like that, real long name. So, but it began to talk about him in those chapters. All right. All right. And no, I don't think today we wouldn't know too much about him, but back then, I'm sure he had a major impact on the history of the people back then. But today, it's not too much known about him. All right. Are there any other questions? Any comments? Anybody learned anything today? Any comments? Anything worthy of discussion? All right. So I guess nobody learned nothing today. I guess we just spent what, 5 hours, 4 hours, and nobody learned anything. Well, I guess we have to try it all over again. Try it again next week. Maybe we get a chance to teach somebody something. I don't know. Or maybe we need to shut it down, stop teaching, and just go back to school and learn, let the Europeans teach us so we can come back and touch the minds of the people. Because obviously it's something we ain't doing right. If we spend 4 hours on a page, on a class, and nobody don't get nothing from it, something wrong. Yeah, okay. Look at her taking up, just like a woman, taking up for the people. And nobody's speaking up for themselves. We learn things every week. Okay. There you go. I've learned that although King Hezekiah in the beginning did good in the Creator's eyes, he was still not perfect, but humbled himself at the right time. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Okay. Somebody learned something. At least somebody learned something today. Anybody else want to tell us what they learned today? No? Nothing else stood out in the class today? All right. Anybody got any questions? No questions, no comments, huh? All right, we're going to close it out. We're going to make prayer. We're going to close it out for the day. May the Most High be praised. There you go. And she ain't been here all that long, and she got that part of the question, part out of the question. She was right. And it ain't take her all day to learn. May the Most High be praised. Come on, y'all, let's close it out. Messing with this great nation. Can you hit that light switch by the door? The one right by the door. By the door. Yeah, thank you. Sometimes like that. O sovereign King, Most High Creator, we coming to you at this time, Father, asking for permission to approach unto your throne. Father, thank you for hearing our prayers. Thank you for blessing our people. Thank you for allowing us to behold another Shabbat day such as this, full of understanding, wisdom, and knowledge, praying that we have received your message that you have spoken through the mouth of your servant and to your people. We pray that the message that has been brought forth today has the ability and does be successful at changing the minds of man, helping them to draw closer to you and to walk in your truth like never before, giving them an understanding that has been unpenetratable to their minds in the past, allowing them to see the light, to make all the necessary changes to better themselves and draw closer to you. We ask, O great King, that you will look after the family of the sister Esther. Look after them, provide them for good, for righteousness and truth. Help them to succeed in this long journey that you have blessed them with. Help them to be fruitful and understand your truth by teaching others to do the same. Please forgive us of our iniquities and our sins and our trespasses against you. We also pray that you will be with the family of our brother Asa for the loss of his sister, if it be your will. We ask that you will be with Aunt Katia for the loss that she has endured as well. For we all understand that death is something that shall come to us all, but there are so many who are not prepared. Please strengthen us through the lessons and teachings of these classes that we can better prepare ourselves for those things that are definitely coming into our existence. Heal us, O Most High, and hear our prayers when we cry unto you. Forgive us of our sins, our iniquities, and our transgressions, and cause us to walk in your truth throughout all eternity. Help us to feed others your message of truth, knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, where they too can receive great blessings from you. All hail the Most High King of all creation. All praise your glorious name, for your works are wondrous, and your might is without question. It is unto thee, O great King, that we pray, that we humble ourselves, and we all say, Todah, Ami, Abi, Todah Rabbah. Thank you, Father, for hearing our prayers, for healing our land and blessing your people. All right, got a little bit. Redeemed yourself a little bit, Prince, just a little bit. May the Most High be praised. From everlasting to everlasting, he is King. All right. All right, family. If there are no other questions, we're going to close out. So let us know if you got any questions. Now is the time to ask them. I did have one more thing to read about Shalmaneser the fifth, but I'm going to let it go. I'm going to let it go. No questions, no comments. Give them a few seconds. Let them give their acknowledgments. May the Most High be praised. Todah Rabbah. Is that Carol? Mm-hmm. Hey, sis. Shalom, sis. I didn't realize that was you, and she didn't disclose herself either. May the Most High be praised. Thank you, sis, for not giving up on me. He said, I knew you could do it. I was feeling a little delusional, I guess, a little tired and a lot of things going on, but we got it. We did it. We blew it. May the Most High be praised. All right. Are there any other questions or comments, family? We're going to close it out now. And if not, are there any announcements? Well, I'm going to share with you a thought that I was having earlier today before class when I was at home, that it was in my spirit to share with the family today. Something simple. But that thought was that a lot of people are going to be upset with these teachings because they disagree with the teachings on certain points or certain things. And some people, what they'll do is they'll walk away. They won't want to hear. They won't want to participate. And they won't tune in even. They'll disconnect their membership and say, I ain't messing with Prince no more. He said we can't eat chicken. All right, listen. All I want to say to you is this. If there's anything that I teach here that you disagree with, that you don't like, all I ask is that you go do some research and bring forth your information. Why do I ask that? Because it may be something that you can help me to learn. So if it's anything, I had a brother one time told me that I was wrong because I was teaching lies. I said, bro, what lie have I taught? that you heard me teach. He said, you told the people that Hebrew wasn't older than Aramaic. I said, you heard me teach that, right? He said, yeah. I said, well, go find the history and show me where Hebrew is older than Aramaic, because it's not. He said, Hebrew was the original language that the Creator spoke when he created the earth. Okay, how would you know that? How would you know that, bro? How would you know that Hebrew was the original language that the Most High spoke when he created the earth? And another problem with that is that Hebrew and Aramaic are sister languages. They're so close together. Bar in Aramaic means son. Bain in Hebrew means son. You know the funny thing about
in Arabic is Ibn.
Yeah, but Arabic came after Hebrew. It was Aramaic, then it was Hebrew, then it was Arabic. But then another wonderful thing is that Arabic, in Aramaic, Melech in Hebrew means king. Well, Melech in Aramaic means queen. You understand? So there's a difference in the two languages. There is a difference, but Hebrew comes from Aramaic. Aramaic is an ancient language. It is. And our people still speak Aramaic even till today. They do. A lot of people still speak Aramaic even till today. A lot of the books of the Bible were written in Aramaic, like the book of Daniel's. That's one of the books that was written in Aramaic. A lot of people don't know that. The brother told me I was wrong. He called me a liar. He said, "You a liar." I said, wow, those are some harsh words to say to a man, that this man is lying to you. He could be incorrect, that's one thing, but to be a liar means that he's intentionally deceiving you, and that's bad. So I'm just here to say, if you disagree with the teachings, please just go do the research and bring me the information. Now, the earliest written language that we know of, supposedly, is ancient cuneiform. Cuneiform is supposedly the earliest written language that we have. Look this information up, family. Look it up. So we're going to leave it at that. All right. So if there's ever any questions any teachings that come forth from the class that you disagree with, please do the research and state your point and bring it up and let us address the issue. Please don't just assume that you're right and run with it. One of my great teachers that I've had many years ago, his name was Elder Ishkael, wonderful teacher from Philadelphia. Elder Ishkael said one of the worst things a man can do is to be a teacher only to himself. If you never challenge your theories or your thoughts or your teachings by sharing them and expressing them to others, then you'll never see the errors in your ways, because every man is right in his own mind. And when I was in college, one of my professors, my English professor, he was a black man, one of the things that he taught me that will never leave me was that every time you got a lesson in a writing, take it to your enemies, the people who oppose you, and let them pick it apart. And let them bring it back to you. And you will get to see if you're right or wrong. Because most of us, we don't look outside of our own way of thinking. Somebody else will, especially somebody who despises you, because they're going to look for every little thing to tear you down, every little loophole to show that you're not worthy. All right? So let's do it, family. Let's get this done, because we can do it. The Most High has blessed us with special gifts and talents to get up out of these cities and build these communities, buy us some land, build us some houses, grow us some food, and get out of these cities. And another thing I want to say to a lot of the family is that I would like for you all to start learning about digital currency. Start learning about digital currency and see if you can make some money by investing in digital currency. I have to say that way because today is the Shabbat and I'm going to leave it alone. And if we ever have a Shabbat and the class goes beyond the daylight hours and it's nighttime, then we can express some of that information. But digital currency is something that you want to start looking into. All right? If there's anybody need any help with anything, please let me know because I'm here to serve the people of the Most High. May the Most High be with you all. May the Most High strengthen you all and teach you all. May the Most High guide you all into his everlasting covenant. Shabbat Shalom, everyone.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. You had a lot to do. You know you got a lot on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at BeulahLand@TempleKefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration.
But it's kind of tough. It all could change up in a minute. As fast as change clothes out the cleaner.